First off, this is Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is a meeting of the Select Board for April 11, 2023. We're going to go into executive session right now to discuss strategy with respect to litigation. And the reason is that because it's an open meeting, may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the town. And the chair so declares that that is the reason. A motion to enter into executive session. All in favor, please say aye. John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the board will reconvene in open session after executive session, scheduled for 5:30. Thank you. Great. Good evening. This is the Select Board meeting for April 11, 2023. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Select Board. Let's start off with updates and comments from the Select Board. Any tonight? Mike?
Yes, I want to point out that the Select Board has been asked to appoint a committee to look at alternatives for meeting the MBTA Communities Act zoning requirements, alternatives to what the planning department is considering for the Harvard Street corridor. And I think it's appropriate to say to the public, we've certainly said it one-on-one to each other, that this is something that we need to do. And perhaps, Chaz, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know that you have some thoughts about timing.
Yeah, we've on staff, we've heard the select board's request on this. We think it's great. I actually got a draft of the committee charge late this afternoon. So the aim is to have it in front of you for your consideration next week. We're also putting together a slate of candidates who I think represent a diverse subsection of the community.
Mhm.
People with very different views on the subject, but all of whom I think are really serious thinkers and committed. We've already started outreach to some of those folks to ask if they would consider serving. We're getting some great responses. So I'm hopeful that sooner rather than later, we can have this up and running. But the aim for the charge for the committee will be to be before you next week on the 18th.
Okay, good.
Great.
I have had a email conversation with one of the warrant article petitioners who said that whether or not they pursue the warrant article, he was making no commitments to withdraw it, but it sounded like they would pull the article asking for a moderators committee depending on the composition of a committee. So I appreciate the fact that you're looking for a balanced committee, and what's balanced to you and to us may be slightly different than what's balanced in their view, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, as they say.
And the other thing I would just add to that, because I know the petitioners have raised this in passing in conversations with me, is that committee is not a rubber stamp, right? That committee is about real, credible alternatives. It will be staffed appropriately so that those alternatives can be developed in an effective way using the tools available to us from the state. And it's going to produce alternative results for town meeting to consider. So it is not just some exercise in demonstrating that other people looked at this. It is a meaningful analysis of alternatives with the aim of presenting options that can pass town meeting. So that's the aim.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I would add that, we're really under a tight time schedule. And, even moving up 1 week, the charge is going to be very helpful.
Absolutely.
And we absolutely need to get moving before town meeting. So, and it's still going to be tight. Still going to be
Well,
tight,
it
but-
certainly isn't. The idea that a moderators committee wouldn't be appointed until it's a practical matter of June. What really, I think we're really getting as early as we can into this, and I think this is the appropriate mechanism just from a timing perspective. Never mind from a
Right.
an opinion perspective.
Okay, any other updates, comments?
Quick one.
Mike, John, sorry.
Thank you. This is to draw people's attention to a couple of things. I don't know about it, other people, but it could possibly be my favorite day of the year, which is the day of the Boston Marathon, which is coming up next Monday. But before that, there is something that I think is also very worthy of attention, and that is that there's going to be it's the 10th anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombing. And because of that, there's going to be a remembrance ceremony here in Brookline, and that is going to be this Saturday at 2:30 p.m. And this is put together in large part by the Brookline Police Department. And thank you to the Brookline Police Department for taking the initiative to make sure that the town pays proper respect. And so Saturday, April 15th, 2:30 p.m. at the Brookline Police Memorial, which is just between the police department building, a public safety building across from Town Hall, and the courthouse. It's a garden that's there. And April 15th, Saturday at 2:30 p.m. is when the remembrance ceremony will take place.
Mike.
Sorry, I had one other thing. Lincoln Heineman sent me the auditor's report, and I don't know if he sent it to everybody.
Everyone.
He did. Okay. So I am the sort of person who actually reads auditor's reports. And
Somebody does.
it is
A lot of people do.
good. Dry as dust. But just the same, anybody who's interested in understanding the state of financial management in Brookline would really gain something by slogging their way through the thing. Because it explains what we do and how it's done, and certainly puts the auditor's stamp of approval or acceptability on it. It's just it's a really interesting coverage of the entire financial picture and how Brookline's finances are managed from sort of a top level. I did make one suggestion for the future, that asking the auditor to add a footnote to explain something. And because I was told by my finance professor that you don't really need to read the numbers, you just need to read the footnotes, financial statements. So everything should be in there.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, let's move to public comment. Tonight, I am going to set up the public comment section of our meeting. Mainly because of a late breaking Supreme Judicial Court case that I think is relevant to our meetings and our public comment section. So late in our agenda tonight, we will vote on the American Rescue Plan slate of projects to be funded. We will not take comments at that time, but if people want to make a statement or comment about the slate during this segment, public comment, they can do so. I also note that we have one public hearing on Warrant Article 13, which seeks to set up a Black and Brown Commission. Any comments on that article should wait until it comes up on the agenda at that public hearing. So let me start off by saying that I hope that people are respectful and on point to the issues when they make their public comments, and will not make statements that are intended to denigrate the town or members of the select board. Of course, we cannot mandate that your comments be respectful and on point, because recently the Supreme Judicial Court in the Barron v. Colinda case out of Southborough ruled that Article 19 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, part of our Constitution, gives the people the right to have, as they call it, the fullest and freest discussion in addressing public bodies, even if rude and obnoxious. And that case involves some pretty obnoxious statements leveled against the select board. But the Supreme Judicial Court said that right is not without limits. The court held that the public may engage in the fullest and freest discussion, but only so long as the right is exercised in an orderly and peaceable manner. And I think they're really talking about the extreme case where things get really out of control. There are other limitations, however. For example, the court has expressly carved out slander from protection under Article 19, although under federal First Amendment principles, slander directed at public officials like us requires malice. As the Fox News case may be teaching Fox News, a case filed by Dominion Voting Systems, the malice standard is not a shield when a statement is false and made with actual malice, that is, with reckless disregard for whether it was true or false. And most important for us, other restrictions allowed by the Supreme Judicial Court on public comments are the following, as laid out in the Colinda case, which I'm quoting. Reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions, such as designating when and where a public comment section may occur, how long it might last, the time limits for each person speaking during the public comment section, and rules preventing speakers from disrupting others and removing those who do, unquote, from the Supreme Judicial Court. For the most part, those are the restrictions that the Select Board has always imposed, but not totally, because we also ask people not to attack individuals personally, and apparently the Supreme Judicial Court says that the public can. So we will have to just accept those personal attacks. And we have asked you not to raise personnel matters in your comments. I think that the Supreme Judicial Court is saying that we can't prohibit that, but we can ignore them. if they do come up. So if you don't get to speak tonight, we've always said that you can send your comments to the select board. And let me assure you that those comments are read. We may not agree with them, but we will take them into consideration. And to the extent that they tell us something we don't know, hopefully that will change our views on the issues discussed. So next, I'm going to continue with my monopolizing of public comment because I received a letter, an email from Carol Levin, who's asked me to read some comments of hers regarding question 1. She's a member of the Pierce School Building Committee, among other things. And I'm going to read those comments without any comment of my own because she's unable to attend. So
you have 3 minutes.
right. Please cut me off. Wait, no, I'm starting on another comment. Okay, go. First, comments regarding the wording of proposed ballot question 1 by Carol Levin. First, as drafted ballot question 1 unintentionally misrepresents and broadens the scope of the project. The work to the park and the garages are only being done as a result of the disruptions caused by the Pierce construction project. These are not standalone projects with their own defined scopes that are also being funded by this debt exclusion vote. These items are costs to build the new Pierce as designed, not independent benefits to the town, and they should not be presented as such. They are already captured in the final clause of the ballot question, which concludes, quote, site improvements and all other costs incidental and related thereto. If the select board feels these two aspects of the project, the park and the garage, must be identified in the ballot question, a more accurate phrasing would be, quote, site improvements, including restoration and repair to the park across the street and the town hall garage, as necessitated by disruptions resulting from the reconstruction of the Pierce School, close quote. Second, what piece of information is more important to the voters than the cost of the project? In the spirit of transparency, the cost of the project should be included in the summary of the ballot question. Next comment, comments regarding the proposed mailer. 1, the town's disclaimer as to the truth or accuracy of the information which follows should be more prominently positioned in the document. As currently drafted, it is easily overlooked. It should be the first sentence in the second paragraph and be formatted in bold. 2, the wording of ballot question 1 should be modified in accordance with the previous comments. 3, as currently drafted and formatted, all of the information following the section heading Town Council Summary until the identification of the proponent appear to be from the Town Council's summary. Town Council has informed me that it is in fact not the case and that modifications to the description of the proposed renovations consistent with my comments regarding the wording of the ballot question can only be made by the proponents. Therefore, I request this section be reformatted to clearly identify through either quotes or identification what is actually being quoted from the Town Council. That's the end of the comments. Did I make it?
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow, getting better.
The next person signed up for public comment is Lily.
Okay, excuse me, Devin. So I'd like Town Council to address Ms. Levin's issues either now or when we go to item 8 on the agenda, whatever is convenient for him.
We don't normally, this is up to you.
Yeah, okay, why don't we wait until item 8 and we'll call on you. Okay, Devin, who else do we have?
The next person signed up for public comment is Lily Glickstein. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. Hi, I'm here to talk about the $4,000 COVID pay that only some teachers received. I want to bring up an example of oversight on the town's part, despite the hard and fast lines that they drew in the sand about who should and should not receive this $4,000 COVID pay. According to Brookline, only teachers working in person during the 2020-2021 school year were eligible to receive, and in large part already did receive, this money. I teach 4th grade at Driscoll School, and I've taught there for the last 5 years, including the 2020-2021 school year, where I came in every day into that building. My apartment is small. I couldn't teach from home. Sadly, I did not receive the $4,000 COVID pay. When I contacted Chris Nyland at Town Hall, telling her that I did indeed teach in person that year, she informed me that there was no record of my having taken the COVID attestation form sent around in December. Let me tell you, I did take that form. I have a very strong memory of sitting on my couch this past December, feeling excited to get the $4,000 and thinking to myself, oh, thank goodness this summer is going to be great. My bank account won't dwindle. I can afford to stay in my apartment in Somerville, whose rent is continually going up. Unfortunately, due to yet another mishandling of funds and organizational oversight on the part of the town, I do not have that $4,000, even though most of my colleagues at Driscoll who taught in person do. I was told I would not be receiving it since I did not fill out the attestation form, although I can assure you I absolutely did fill it out. So by Brookline's own criteria, I should have already received this money, and it is really quite a slap in the face. The bottom line, though, is that every educator should receive this money. To say that the 2020-2021 school year was backbreaking is not an exaggeration. All of my grueling work that year, double the lesson planning with synchronous and asynchronous, managing the instabilities and the on-a-dime schedule changes, to say nothing of the worry over my own health and my students' health, all of that hard work has not been compensated. Other teachers who did the exact same thing as I did that year, worried and worked and toiled, they got compensated. And on that note, the remote teachers worried and worked and toiled from home just as hard as I did. So I am imploring you to grant every educator in Brookline their well-deserved COVID pay to help make up for a truly hellish year. Thank you so much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Carla Banca. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Carla Benka, Precinct 14 Town Meeting Member. I'd like to offer some comments on the final draft of the town election mailer, and I hope this is the right time to do that, specifically on the information pertaining to ballot question 1 that has been submitted by Town Council for your approval. When the Select Board sponsored Article 2 at last January's special town meeting calling for the adoption of Section 18B of the Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 53, it was with the intent to provide residents, quote, with clear, substantive, nonpartisan information about local ballot questions, end quote. As you'll recall, the article was overwhelmingly approved. While Town Council's summary of ballot question 1 provides some fairly detailed information about the components of the Pierce project, it does not include estimated project cost. Surely providing this information to the voters is at the core of being clear and transparent, and surely cost, even estimated cost, is a piece of substantive information that voters expect and deserve. Although it's true that the arguments of both the proponents and opponents provide project cost numbers, those numbers differ. Moreover, Town Council's summary includes the disclaimer that the town does not, quote, certify the truth or accuracy of any statement made in these arguments, end quote. So that makes it even more critical that the ballot question information that will be mailed to voting households on the letterhead of the Brookline Town Clerk provides the most up-to-date, publicly presented numbers. The Select Board was presented with estimated project costs before it voted on the Pierce project last September, and I hope that you would agree that Brookline voters deserve nothing less. One other point. The ballot question information before you refers to a, quote, temporary property tax increase, end quote. Temporary is an unnecessarily imprecise word here, particularly since one can't expect the average voter would equate temporary with 25 years. Why not simply state that the property tax increase would extend for 25 years? Including in the town's official information on question 1, the projected cost of the Pierce project.
And 30 seconds.
Thank you. And specifying that property taxes will be increased for 25 years to cover those costs will give voters confidence that they are being presented with the information that they need to become part of the well-informed and more engaged electorate that town meeting anticipated when it adopted Section 18B. Thank you very much for your consideration.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sana Hafiz. You can join us at the presentation station and your 3 minutes will begin.
Nicely done.
Sana Hafiz, low-income brown resident, BNBC National Program Director, Precinct 4. Hey y'all, let's get into it. You're all about facts, the statistics. Let's dive into that. BNBC has made several proposals to address job loss, unaffordable housing, and childcare. All legitimate studies, including the BCF disparity report, as well as national findings, support that these are the frontline issues keeping Black and brown people from having socioeconomic mobility. All legitimate studies also reaffirm the fact that low-income Black and brown people were the most negatively impacted by the pandemic. The NBC has proven itself to not only be the only organization that represents 70% of low-income Black and brown population in Brookline, but also has gone door to door to meet 100 such families. The Brookline Black and brown people have been stagnant as the lowest income and most disenfranchised since the advent of not only Brookline, but Western imperialism itself. These are facts. Not once did any of you meet with BNBC. We reached out to you regarding every single proposal. 2 ARPA committee meetings ago, I attempted again to speak to you, Mike, after the meeting, and you said in front of others that you did not want to meet with us and weren't open to conversation. Even after I brought up the proposals and how our teams of experts wanted to clear up any questions you had, since you keep saying this is too complicated. You refused to communicate with us, aside from vague emails and disrespectful dialogue during public meetings. You lot decided that never having flown a plane, that our aviation training department with a chief flight instructor that has been doing this for over 58 years, was an FAA examiner, captains with over a decade in the industry each, and over 100 years of combined flight experience, these people did not have the capacity to undertake this complicated endeavor. This committee stated several times that you will be funding the affordable housing proposal and will be issuing a letter of commitment for 1.3 million. Then one day before the decision, you notified us that you will not be funding affordable housing or Google training. You said this is because the fiscal sponsor changed. Yet, this ARPA committee standards are adopted from the BCF grant standards. We have received BCF grants in the past, so clearly we meet those standards. You refused to meet with us. However, Mike, you said that you met with other organizations at length regarding our proposal. How can you, 1, discuss the contents of our proposal with those not on the committee, and 2, meet and discuss with others about our proposal when you won't even do the same with us? What you have allocated for the affordable childcare proposal itself is contingent upon BNBC having to work with other organizations. Other organizations that you have awarded funds to have proven to be ineffective at reaching our communities, perhaps intentionally. These same orgs have come to us for help. Everyone seems to understand that we are the solution, but this committee and others do not want us to have the means to enact these solutions. I'd bet that ignorance of our capabilities isn't the issue here, but rather a hatred for what we're trying to achieve. Let it be clear. You do not want for us what you want for your own people. You are willingly, intentionally attempting to damn another generation of Black and brown youth to poverty and squalor. I couldn't paint a clearer picture of misappropriation of funds if I tried. In the words of Captain John Parker, just a few miles from here in 1775, stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Adi Janusi. When you're ready, your 3 minutes will begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So last night I saw the movie Rampage. Shout out to Dwayne Rock Johnson. And in the words of Martin Rosito, we're going to address the 800-pound gorilla as well as the 3,000-pound elephant in the room. And what I'm about to say, some of you may not like, but the truth hurts. So good evening, Adi Janusi, Brookline resident, and speaking on behalf of myself as a Black man and for the Black and brown majority. Since its inception, government was built to govern at the will of its people. Henceforth, it was written for the people by the people. But clearly today, all across cities and towns like Brookline, we have lost that objective, as a few elected by the people get to power and govern based on their own personal views, relationships, and objectives. Historically, marginalizing the Black and brown community while calling themselves experts in the process rather than enforce the will of the people. A cycle we have, as Black people, have been dealing with in Brookline before I was born, but would no longer continue. Let me be clear. We as Black and brown community in Brookline have no issues with whites or any other racial demographics in Brookline. We believe in equality for all. We believe if you apply yourself, work hard, you should enjoy the privileges that the likes of the wealthy in wealthy neighborhoods have. We as Black and brown community, we just want the same for ourselves. So if you believe in racial and economic equity, fairness and equality for all humans, then stand with us and we'll stand with you. What we as a people have issues with is bad governance, bad decision-making, intentional marginalization of Black and brown people by those in town leadership and government. The Black and brown population has not grown past 3% and 6%, with the highest poverty rate at number 1 and 2 over the last 3 decades. In that time, the Asian community have thrived, grown to 18% currently, and over 80% of the minority businesses in Brookline are owned by Asian communities. Brookline received $43 million from federal government through Arpa. Similar to the national statistics, the top 3 effects of the pandemic has been loss of jobs, affordable childcare, and affordable housing.
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. All of which has been a major driving cause for worsening mental health in our community. Not one job skill program funded. Investing in a town department safety net that doesn't work for Black and brown income residents. Shortchanging the affordable childcare. People who have done great work and continue to do great work to bring affordable childcare to our community. 12 million spent in round 1, no impact fell. So to summarize this, like you, Miriam and Mike, you guys are the experts with clearly personal biased view on what and how best to spend the money for Black and brown people.
You've
You
reached
claim to help without listening to them.
you've reached 3 minutes.
Thank you. So to put things in perspective, like the Gerald Austin discrimination case, a decision made by bad leadership which has cost the town, and the rest of the country is looking at where Brookline stand in terms of discrimination. Black and brown people, if you don't like us, we don't like you. If you want to respect us, we won't respect you. If you think you're stopping us, we just started. So I appreciate you all. And in due time, once again, you guys will get an F for missing us as Black and brown people. True Arpa. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Susan Park. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 17. I'm also the Town Meeting Member Association Vice President, as well as on other boards like BaFin, BPEN, former RLA PTO chair. And I just want to say that in the last hour and 30 minutes, it has been really chaotic because I got an email. I got a call from John Van Scoyac saying, did you see Ballot 3's layout? And I have not seen it. So I'm over at Florida Rough and Ridley, helping with all sorts of things, and was pulled from that and had to look at the layout on my iPhone. And of course, this is the first time I'm seeing it. And my QR code that's supposed to be right next to my name and ballot question 3 with the website is now on a different page. And he said, are you okay with that? And I hope that you are okay with that. And so I looked at my phone thinking it's going to be okay. And of course, I'm not okay with that because the QR code is nowhere near my summary nor my name. So I called John back. I, said, wait, this is not okay. Just, put the QR code where it should be, where it standardly is on this, on the summary by the name. And so there was a lot of scrambling in the last hour. I was pulled from what I was doing, left just so that I could make this meeting, just to say, like, I had looked at 2 or 3 different versions in the last hour, and I finally just got home for this meeting, pulled it up, and I have a big question, like, which version is it? On my iPhone, the last version I saw, the QR code was at the bottom of the summary with my name and contact. So But now I'm looking at this, in front of you guys, and I see now that the QR code is at the top next to my name. So I'm just really confused as to which version is going to be, which version is going to be in the red book for the public. My biggest concern is I want our community, our public to be able to read what ballot question is 3 is to cap the cannabis stores at 4. And this should be very clear. And, I've worked very hard on this QR code, and now to be told that it could, be on a different page or on the bottom. I'm not even sure, what John's final version is. And, for that reason, I mean, if we can agree that my QR code
You've
is
reached
next
3
to my
minutes.
name, I'm okay with it, but I'm very hesitant and apprehensive to agree to anything because there's been so many changes in the last hour. So that's why I'm here. I'm just very concerned that the public is not going to be able to clearly understand if the QR code is not even where it's supposed to be.
Can I just add that the document that is before us is a document in the packet. I believe that has the QR code where you want it to be. So,
If there's
Okay.
if there's any alternative proposal being made, we'll share it with the, with the community so that it can be seen on the screen and maybe can understand. But, at this juncture, right, it's, we've got to make sure, and town council will explain this. We've got to make sure that whatever is up there meets with the approval of the advocates, obviously. And given our time constraints, we're going to have to figure that out. So what's before the board currently is that original version that's in the packet. If board members want to propose modifications, we'll have to figure out how that works in practice. But, the vote as a practical matter, given that this has to be published, really does need to be tonight.
Okay, may I say that the last version I got from John Van Scoyac at 5:49 is basically
but-
has my QR code to the
okay,
left.
But Susan, what
agree.
we're saying is that the only version that is relevant and before the select board is the version in the packet. I don't think that we're going to change your page to create problems like you're talking about. So,
Okay,
Well,
so
could-
the
Could
version
I
in
just
the
say a word of
packet,
clarification?
sure.
Okay, Susan, hi. And I truly regret that this has led to so much back and forth at the last minute. You did leave out that I sent this to you initially on Sunday. And I had hoped to, be able to get input from everybody affected. And I have gotten input for what I am offering as an amendment to the packet version of the ballot booklet, because frankly, I think the packet version can be greatly improved on, as you and I discussed. And I actually thought that your suggestion of the QR code going next to the identifying information about you and your group was a very good one. And I did send you what that would look like at your request. And it will ultimately be up to you, as you and I discussed in earlier conversations. If you say no to any changes from what is the packet version, then there will be no changes made, and the packet version will be the only version that we as a board will vote upon, because my intent is to offer through amendment something that the proponents represented in the ballot book actually prefer. And I hope I made that clear to you. And I think I did quite clearly state, if it is not to your liking, we'll go back to the packet version, and that will be the version that we adopt. So far, a number of people have said that they actually do prefer the version I put together. And if you don't, then that won't be the version that we adopt. But I haven't had a chance to sort of present it to the board yet, and I'd like to have that chance. I'd like to have a chance to present it to the public and show it to them, which we're going to do later in this meeting.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I would be okay with the 5:49 PM version, John.
Hey, wait, but
last
let's,
one you
can
sent
we
me,
not
but-
get into back and forth like this? Why don't we talk
Okay.
about that when item, I think, 8 comes up on the.
Is it convenient for you to join us at the time in the agenda when we're going to discuss this?
You know, what would be really helpful is if you have it in front of you, if you can just put it on the screen and then I can see if
Well, that
that's.
would be advancing the agenda item till now.
Right.
Any estimate as to when that will happen?
About 20 minutes,
In about 20 minutes.
my guess.
In 20 minutes,
Uh,
okay.
Devin, you.
Okay,
were you
thanks,
saying
Susan.
something?
Just that we have another person signed up for public comment.
Okay. Maybe
Thank you,
more than
Susan.
20 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Carolyn, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. Hi, Carolyn Thal, town meeting member, precinct 16 advisory committee, schools subcommittee. I just want to second or third the spirit of the comments shared by Carol Levin and Carla Benka. I'm deeply concerned that the explanation of question 1 in the town mailer has no mention of money, taxes, tax impacts on residents. The length
Pardon me?
that those impacts would last, and that it also has what appears to be, and I'm talking about not the proponents or opponents' statements, but the explanation prepared by the town, misinformation or at least misleading information that the project includes repairs and I can't remember the word, to the playground, which is not part of the school building project. I was very close to researching this Warrant article before it was brought to town meeting. I think the vote at town meeting was unanimous. And I would be shocked if anybody would say that the spirit of this legislation is to promote good information for voters. That's the right thing to do, and it's our obligation. I was confused by Carol's report that town council told her town council is unable to change the town council explanation. The statute reads, Part B, Section 2, the information shall include a fair and concise summary of each question prepared by town council. So town council has complete responsibility for the town council explanation. I don't know what that has to do with having to have that approved by proponents. So I want to please strongly encourage you to do better with this. It's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity for democracy. It's what we should be doing, and we should be doing it right. I think we would regret not doing this right and having the electorate come back later and say, this wasn't done well.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm done. Thank you.
At the risk of sort of stretching this out a little longer. and
Yeah,
creating
I
chaos,
have a question,
want
but,
Mike to ask
yeah.
his question.
I do have a question, which is to, well, I'll say what the question is. There are two numbers that have been floated as to what the cost of Pierce override is. One is $212 million, which I see on a lot of signs around town. And the other is the actual net cost to the taxpayers of Brookline, which is $172 million after state funding. And I guess my rhetorical
Mike, that's
question,
incorrect.
my
That's an unknown
rhetorical
number.
Can we
question,
not have any back and forth on this, please?
my rhetorical question is, which number would the proponents of putting a number on like to see? Thank you.
Yeah, let's leave that discussion for item number 8. Okay.
At
Evan,
this
anyone
time,
else?
there are 26 virtual attendees and 2 in person. If anyone in person would like to make a public comment. That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Next, question of approving Select Board minutes for April 4, 2023. Any edits or questions about that? No? I move approval of the minutes for April 4, 2023. All in favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Next, we have three miscellaneous items. Question of approving new manager for Sanctuary Medicinals, Michelle Martinez and Delia Hill. Question of approving an authorization to hire for a vacant position within the building department, a local building inspector. And finally, question of approving an extra work order, number 15, in the amount of $69,637 for the Alessandro Corporation, with respect to rental rates for snow plowing and ice control. Any questions regarding those three items? No? I move approval of items 5B, 5C, and 5D. On favor? John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, boards and commissions interviews. We have a candidate for the naming commission, Pam Roberts. Would you like to come up and subject yourself to our questions?
I'd love to.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be on this committee.
My name is Pam Roberts. I am currently a town meeting member from Precinct 2 and currently chair of the Friends of the Library. I find the whole naming process fascinating. My youngest child, my daughter, was weeks from 8th grade graduation when the then Edward Devotion School, the Warrant article came up to have the name taken off. And with many discussions with my children, who are wise people, I realized that this was the thing to do. And because I was at the time I was on the then Devotion Renovation Committee, I was appointed to an ad hoc study committee set up by the school committee to investigate every single school in Brookline and find out the roots. I mean, maybe there are other schools we need to change the names of. And we found that actually most of the schools are named after former school committee members at a time when Brookline was burgeoning in growth, and they built a few schools and they got their names on the schools, and with a couple of notable exceptions, one of them being the Heath School, which you probably know by now through Hidden Brookline, has didn't just have one slave, but had generations of wealth that was gotten by vast amounts of Heath families due to slave trade and slave ownership. They married into slave owning families. And anyway, that was a fascinating process. And going through that and watching the whole renaming of then the Coolidge Corner School, I was still volunteering at the school then in the library, even though I wasn't a parent there anymore. So I got to take part in the voting and everything. And it was very exciting finding a new name. You know, I put this on my application. A very wise man, Saeed Ola, is one of the vice principals at the Ridley School. And we had a really good talk 3-4 years ago about names and institutional names, and maybe they need to be examined every 75 years or so. Maybe a name isn't appropriate anymore. Maybe there's a better name, or maybe it's fine. It doesn't change. It just, and the compassion and the spirit of the organization. So that was always something that's like, wow, you know, one can have an open mind about things. And when a position came up on the naming committee in 2020, I was appointed to it. Now that was when COVID hit and nothing happened. But I'm hoping with being reappointed that we might have some action coming up down the road from what I understand. I find it an exciting process, and hopefully name changes happen organically through discussion so that they're not painful, although they can be painful, but hopefully it generates an exciting discussion, and an examination into who we are. Thank you.
Okay. Now, let me just ask a question that hopefully will get your blood boiling.
I love those.
Why would we want to do that?
Because it's me.
Okay.
One criterion that the naming committee must consider in making its recommendations is the quote, excellent reputation and character of the person being honored with the named building. So I guess, I just ask this, just
Yep.
get a sense of, how you think about this. I'm not making any comment in terms of what I think, but yeah, I mean, this seems to be sort of like the issue of restructuring boundaries between countries that were created during colonialism and have a very bad history. But, the consensus is that, that creates more problems than anything that you'll solve. So boundaries should be maintained, despite the fact that we're having a war over a boundary right now.
Right.
So I guess, the question is, how pure does someone have to be in order to not be subject to, having a building named after him changed? And I don't care about the person, but, I care about us. I mean, how much are we going to go looking around for opportunities to change names and, all the disruption that may create?
It's a great question. And I don't think there's an easy answer to that. I remember my sons who at that point when the Edward Devotion name was taken off, saying to me, Mom, if it's bothering one person, we should take it off. And I thought that was very interesting. Do you change Washington Street? I don't know. These are questions that would have to be discussed a lot. I mean, to me, no, but I'm just one person. I was told when I joined the naming committee that it was a passive committee, that we didn't do anything active, that it came to us. However, this afternoon, just reading over the information, the bylaws, there is actually right in the first paragraph, it says, from time to time, the committee can initiate its own proposals for naming public facilities. Now, did you know that that's there?
Yeah.
No, that was there. Bernard, I'm sorry, Mr. Green.
No, it's fine.
I don't think there's an easy answer to that. And I think that, I hate the idea that someone falls out of favor. That does happen. I've heard people saying that we shouldn't name things after John F. Kennedy. And I think that's silly, but someone else might disagree with me. And again, that's the whole thing with that Mr. Ola said, we have to re-examine. Maybe there's a different name for a different time, for a different group of people. The fact that only one school in Brookline was named after a woman who, it's not clear she ever actually even visited the site, because she lived in Cottage Farms and was a very wealthy woman. And instead of a gold watch, got a school named after her. So I think, maybe it's time to put more names out there as the change of the times. I haven't answered your question because I don't think there's an easy answer to that.
It's something to just
Was
something to
Yawkey
discuss.
Way, should Yawkey Way have been changed? I don't know. A lot of people thought so. A lot of people didn't think so. I think if you polled that day on the street, you would have probably gotten 50-50. It's a discussion for a committee. It's a discussion for a community, really. How's that?
But it has to be an open discussion.
Yeah,
I have a personal situation involving the same question.
yeah.
And that is, I named my son after Thurgood Marshall.
Oh,
And then I found out that Thurgood Marshall was sort of snitching to the FBI
oh,
about members of the civil rights movement who were alleged communists. Now, I didn't change my son's name, but, it just shows that, there's no one you're going to find that doesn't have some skeleton in their closet.
Right,
So,
right. It's interesting, not to go into literature, but, we all love the name Atticus. And I think a lot of people name their kids Atticus after Atticus Finch. And if one reads what turned out to be the prequel, but it just came out, Atticus doesn't come across very well. It turns out he was actually racist and was getting caught up in some of the KKK stuff. And it was very difficult to read that. So again, names can be fluid. I think Thurgood Marshall did an awful lot of good things. I mean, the School of Social Justice at University of California at San Jose is named after him for good reason.
Yeah.
So,
any other questions?
Yes, please.
Miriam?
Yes, thank you so much. I read your application and I think you have a really thoughtful approach and I appreciate that. And I appreciate keeping up what's happening with Heath because obviously that's going to be coming your way. And in full disclosure, I am on the Heath renaming
you
committee.
are. Cool.
I have been a Heath parent for 11 years.
Yep.
Who's counting? So what I would love to hear a little bit is, because you were part of the Florida Rough and Ridley process, if there's something that you thought went really well with that, and if there's something you thought that could have been improved upon.
I was very, very perimeter. I wasn't in the muck with those people deserve big kudos. I was just, I was way out here. So last year there was a Zoom conference with parents and staff and interested parties from the Heath School who were interested in hearing how the process had gone at the FRR school. And I took part in that, probably speaking from the point of view of a parent who had a daughter who was a month from graduating when we weren't sure what name was going to be on her diploma. And I told them that I thought that the way that Heath was planning on doing it was a great way of doing it, starting it internally, having discussions with the children, having families come on board and say, this is what we need to do. So I applaud you. That's being done well. And you're going through a very open process, and it will be painful. It will be painful for the parents who and the students who have graduated, and they can still call it Heath. There aren't going to be anybody knocking at the door. But for a new generation, they will call it a new name. And I think you're doing it the right way. You just have to acknowledge that pain. I think it is hard for us as human beings to go through any sort of change. It's hard to move. I mean, it's hard for me to switch my summer clothes and my winter clothes, not to go down to that level, but it will be difficult. It will be difficult for the 8th graders who won't have who will have a different experience than the 1st graders. And you just have to be there and be available to talk. I mean, I remember Anne Greenwald and I were with some other people, and we were trying to think if we were there for another reason, but we were presenting something at the farmers market that summer after the name change had happened, the initial name change to the Coolidge Corner School. And people were coming by and they were very angry, and we just let them vent. And you just have to do that because it was change. And yet we still had some 1st graders come over and say hi, and we're excited to talk about the school they were going to, the Coolidge Corner School. So
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I
Thank
think
you.
we're short on time.
Okay, so we will be making our decision at a later meeting.
Great.
I appreciate your coming forward and
Thank you. Thank you.
having this discussion with us.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, town election, local ballot information mailer. Town council is coming to the podium to help us through this.
And let me, it's Chaz Carey here. Let me apologize for leaving the podium so abruptly. I had a family event, but I'm online remotely and here to obviously participate, answer any questions. Sorry for the abrupt exit there.
Okay. So are you going to present it
Yes.
for us? Okay.
So my intent was to present the item, answer the questions at public comment, and then be able to answer any questions that the board has.
Okay.
So I'm Joe Callanan, Town Council. We've heard a bunch about the mailer in the Red Book. So let me first kind of give you 2 minutes or a minute to set the scene of why this is all now a discussion. Warrant Article 2 in the January special town meeting passed this idea that we adopted a state statute, Chapter 53, Section 18B, that allowed the town to disseminate, to distribute information about local ballot questions. We had the experience in the fall where there was an override question, but people turned to the town to say, well, what's this all about? And we were barred by state law from providing information about that override question. So residents brought forward a warrant article to adopt this statute, and since January, it's consumed some of my time. One of the first issues I tried to deal with was what goes on the ballot and what goes in the mailer, because I thought the statute allowed us to do more on the ballot. So I was surprised to find out that the statute only talks about the town being able to provide information in a separate mailer that goes to households. There is nothing in 5318 that allows us to change what's on the ballot. And we have some override questions, which are governed by one statute, and another question about cannabis that's governed by a separate statute. And those two statutes deal with those questions differently. So you may notice the ballot has just the question about the overrides and the exclusion, and some more information about question 3 about cannabis. This warrant article in Chapter 5318 does nothing to help us with that. It only talks about a separate mailer that goes to the residents. Secondly, because of the calendar that you have in calling for election, calling for questions, it really compressed this process into a very limited amount of time. Became an issue when the warrant article was adopted in January. So I politely, and thank you for the administration, asked you to adopt the questions on the 21st of March, which you did, as opposed to the 28th of March, which was being considered, because on the other end of the deadline in the statutory timeline is we have to get these out 20 days before the election, which is next week. So everyone thought this was a crazy process. Imagine if it was 1 week. So I appreciate the board adopting these questions on the 21st, and we could have had even less time to do this if you had waited another week. But since you adopted those questions on the 23rd, I think I've worked on this project basically every day, except maybe 2 or 3, and I'm counting the weekends too, because this has been a process where I committed to town meeting and you that it be public, that I share what arguments come in, what I draft with everybody, so people have an opportunity to vet and correct and see what other people were saying. So people could comment, people could critique, and people could be involved in what goes on that ballot that we mail to those 30,000 households. I didn't want it to be done in secret and plopped on people and be surprised. I wanted people involved. I wanted people weighing in. I wanted people to say, hey, you could do this better. And there have been a lot of suggestions on how it could be better. And I've tried to accommodate all that I could, recognizing that there are limitations. So I look at this mailer as 3 different components. One is the questions. And you adopted those questions on the 21st and you voted on them. And unfortunately, we can't change those. So if you recall that select board meeting on the 21st, one of the members of the board wanted to change a question, but it was a bond question that we had run by bond counsel. So to change that question on the 21st meant that the question couldn't go on the annual town election on May 2nd, because it would have to start the process all over again. So any talk about changing the questions now, I'd give you the same answer today that I did on the 21st. If you want to change a question, that means it comes off the May 2nd ballot. Another component of this mailer is the parts that I prepare as town council, summaries of the questions and a one sentence yes or no description of the result. The statute says they have to be fair and concise, but also they have to be free of advocacy. In my work in the AG's office for 11 years, I participated in a process kind of at the beginning of the state Red Book process. Most of the work of the Red Book is done by the Secretary of State's office. The AG's office is involved in the constitutional questions. Back when I was in the office, it was run by a actually Brookline resident, appeals court justice Peter Sachs. He's now on the appeals court, so he's not doing it at the AG's office, but I consulted his replacement, a former colleague of mine, Ann Sturman, about their process, about how this is done. So not only was I familiar with the fair and concise process, I also checked with people who have been doing it in the last couple of years since I haven't. But that was what informed me about coming up with the summaries and the one sentence descriptions. But also, I sent a memo on the 23rd. You adopted these questions on the 21st. 2 days later, I sent a memo to you, the select board, and asked that it be disseminated far and wide to advisory committee members, town meeting members, God, who else? Lots of people. Anyone I could think of, I asked them to get that memo because I was soliciting proponents of questions. We had 4 questions. I needed 8 proponents or advocates for those positions, for and against. So we took a week to solicit the advocates and then gave them a week to get me an argument. And that was the 2-week deadline. That was Thursday. I'm sorry, they had a week to get me an argument. And then we had a week in which that argument was got into final form. So the final deadline was Thursday, 4:30 for everybody to see what everyone was arguing, for someone to come up and say, hey, can I put in a table? Can I put in a QR code? Can I have more than one advocate? You say I should be identified. I don't want to be. Can I be anonymous? So this was a process that I went through in the last couple of weeks since that memo of the 23rd. And what's been driving my decisions on what can go in and out of the parts that are proposed by the advocates is the First Amendment. So it's not anything that I think is a great idea or I don't like that argument. All I've been governed by is I am a government official. This is someone else's speech, and I can only regulate it for time, place, and manner. I can't regulate it for content. I can't regulate it for viewpoint. All I can say is you get 150 words because that's in the statute, and I'll deal with the formatting. That's a manner restriction. But someone wants to put it on a table, that's content. I can't say no, but I'll let everybody else know that if one advocate's going to put in the table, everyone else can. Someone else came to me and said, can I put in a QR code? Never occurred to me what a QR code was, but I can't say no to that because that's content. I just let everybody else know that if this person wants a QR code, then everyone gets a QR code. I want to have more than one proponent. Again, that's content. I can't say no because I can't regulate someone's content of their speech as a government official. So that process went through. I came up with a proposal that's now before you. So there have been people that have complained that despite the effort, the collaborative effort I've tried with the public, that they still have issues that some things I haven't done. So one of them was, how come I didn't put the cost of the exclusion in the summary? Because actually the question before the voters is not a $212 million school, it's whether to issue bonds. We're asking the voters, may we issue bonds? Not how much bonds. That's a question for the select board and town meeting later. So this is consistent with what DOR asks us to do with exclusions, not to put the number in there, because that's not what the question is before the voter. The question before the voter is whether to issue bonds. Now, as leaders, you can tell them it's for a $212 million school that has $30-something million in state reimbursement, so it'll be a lot less. That's advocacy. That's great. You want to make that argument? Put it in the part that advocates can advocate. But as town council, I'm just telling you what a summary of what is fair and concise of what the question is before you. A temporary increase in your taxes because we're going to pay off bonds. That's what DOR describes an exclusion, temporary. Yes, it's a long way, 25 years, but actually 25 years isn't what we know to be true either, because we haven't issued those bonds. They're probably going to be 25 years. They could be shorter, but we don't know that because we haven't done that, because we haven't got approval from the voters, haven't gone before town meeting, and we haven't gone before the select board to go into the market to figure out what the bonds were. So it is temporary because the levy exclusions, question 2 and 2A and 2B, have an exact dollar amount. That question before the voters is, can we raise that specific dollar? No more. We could do less, but no more than that, because that's a levy override as opposed to a debt exclusion. So in those questions, I absolutely put the cost. Again, consistent with DOR indications on their guidelines. But the idea of the reconstruction of the park. It seems that people are admitting what I wrote is true. The park will be reconstructed. They're just asking for me to explain why. What are the reasons for that reconstruction? But the job I have as to come up with a summary is fair and concise. So they may say, well, it's unfair that you're not saying why. If I say all the reasons why, that's no longer concise. You say, well, why don't you do some of the reasons on why it's why we're doing it, and and then come up with you don't have to put all of them. But then that puts me in the position of advocating which are the important ones that I include, as opposed to the other ones that are not important and I don't include. That's again advocacy on my part that I wanted nothing to do with. So I never explained anything as to any of the questions for the rationale of why it's being done. It's just the voters are being asked to allow the town to issue bonds. The voters are being asked to raise the levy limit this amount for schools, this amount for towns, for the general government. And then the 2B, we're asking the voters to increase the levy limit this much for schools, this much for the town, and $1.8 million for composting. Just the facts, man. Just Joe Friday. The why, what are the reasons? That's advocacy. And I think this is what Carol Levin was misunderstanding about that last point of hers. If she wants that information, that's perfect to go into the advocates part, not appropriate for the town council summary. So I think I can check my notes. I addressed all the public comment and gave you the background of what's been going on. So at this point, I would say, does the board have any questions?
Mike, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I appreciate that you've answered all of the questions. I'm not sure I like all of the answers. So if I look at the question 1, your description is the proposition 2.5 allows the town to raise funds for the payment of certain capital projects and for the payment of associated debt service costs. This process is called a debt exclusion, which is a temporary tax levy increase until the tax pays off the bonds. Question 1 is a debt exclusion question. Why can't you say the budget for the school is, it's actually $210 million and some change, and we're expecting $37 million and some change of reimbursement from the state for a net cost, likely net cost, projected net cost, or leave out that last bit at all, to the taxpayers of Brookline of X. Those are facts, not opinions.
Actually, I would disagree. Those are opinions. They're not facts because they're future-looking events. So for example,
the budget was passed. It's a $210 million budget.
That you've submitted to MSBA.
Yeah.
But not submitted to town meetings for the request of the bond issuance or to you to the to issue bonds.
Right.
So the maximum price, that MSBA has said is 212. You could come up with a lower number. You could also come up with an idea of paying for this not through bonds, but through operating revenue.
Yeah.
So your bonding amount would be less. Those are all future events. So they're not facts that happened today or yesterday or right now.
And the voters aren't deciding how much it's going to cost. That's going to be town meetings.
No,
appropriation.
no, but the point that's being asked again and again is why isn't the amount on there? And whether it's someone whom we heard from before who's putting up the $212 million signs, which are just, that leaves a false impression, or somebody who's saying it's just 172 million, they're both leaving out half the story. It seems to me like it's incumbent on us to give the whole story in an official document, even if you say, although these amounts are not guaranteed, this is what has been put in the budget, and this is the maximum reimbursement that we expect from the state, or that we could expect from the state.
But could and expect, those are all verbs that are not facts. The light is green, car is blue. That's a sedan versus that's a pickup. We might have that car go through the stop sign in the future. I'm talking about, did the car go through the stop sign? Do we have a witness? These are facts. Future events are opinions, because you wouldn't be able to have a witness testify at trial as to something that happened in the past. That's opinion evidence. This is fact versus opinion. What I'm basing this on is what happens at trial. You can have witnesses talk about the present or the past. Those are fact witnesses. You want a witness to testify about the future? You need an expert
All right,
witness.
I'll give it a try. One more try.
Sure.
Okay, so the $210 million budget is a past event. That's where I get the number. Okay. The estimate of a maximum of $37 million of reimbursement is a past event.
Mhm.
We know because we have received those numbers on a piece of paper stamped by a public authority.
Right.
What is uncertain about the fact that we have received that information?
Because the question that we're asking the voters with question one is whether to issue bonds. So
This gives
yes
more
or no,
context for that vote, for understanding, well, what does that mean?
but we don't know whether that will be 212 million. 212 million minus the MSBA certification.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, reimbursement.
The
Whether-
212, by the way, is a fudge number. It's 210 and almost 211 rounded up.
I don't even know, because the question is
The budget is,
right.
but the budget is 210.
You just.
something or other.
Though,
Yeah.
right? I mean, I think.
And you will get an argument that
Yeah, I
the
think-
total cost of the project is 212.
But that's not
Yeah,
what,
but-
that's
but
not
the-
what I'm saying.
yeah.
I'm saying
But-
this is the budget.
What I think
You're
Joe's
using
saying is that
consideration The budget
But I
number,
think-
not.
what's on,
Okay,
what the voters want to know is how much is it going to cost me?
right.
And that is what,
Well, that's certainly speculative. That,
yeah, that's
you know,
speculative,
yeah,
right?
that absolutely. First of all, you can't, you can't have a book this thick that says for every property we're going to have this increase. But we do have, it seems to me, we do have some things that have been presented to us as factual, recognizing that we can only rely on them up to a certain point. But that's true of almost any fact.
But Mike, you would agree that we can't change that now, tonight. I mean, is there any point to our arguing this? We couldn't change
Then
it.
wh-
We
what's
couldn't
the
change
point?
it
What's the point?
2 or 3 weeks ago
I don't know, my
when the
question-
language was brought to us.
Well,
Well, that's what we were told and that's what we accepted.
that's not that's the ballot question. This is the document that we're sending out.
Yeah, all right,
That's
but
different.
they have to conform to one another.
And the document we send out, I mean,
Lots of-
does
there's
have the
lots in the
question.
document here that doesn't conform to what's being sent, what's on the ballot. These are a proponent and opponent. This is the town council's. This is the town council's summary. which
Yeah,
Apparently, now town council is telling us his summary is fact and mine isn't.
Well, but Joe, correct me on this, and maybe I have to stand corrected. Has the select board voted previously on the content that you have put into this this ballot book?
Only the ballot questions.
Only the ballot question.
Not town council summary.
Okay, so that does not include the summary.
Correct.
Okay, then I stand corrected.
So the ballot questions will be on the ballot.
Correct.
And then the booklet that we're sending out will have the ballot questions plus these proponent and opponents statements.
Correct.
Okay,
Just
and those statements include cost.
in their arguments, correct.
their
Just one caveat to that. Question 3, because it's under chapter 94, the cannabis statute provides a summary and also the text of the question. So that's unique as to question 3 because it's a cannabis question. The overrides and the exclusion, we can't put any additional information
On the ballot.
on the ballot.
So if I may, Chair, would this be the appropriate time to present the amended vote that I wish to present tonight?
I think so.
Because I do know Susan Park, for one, is waiting, and perhaps others are waiting. So,
Joe, I think we still need you.
oh, he's not going anywhere. So, I am not, I do not raise questions about the content, and I have not raised any questions about the content as presented to the select board prior to tonight's meeting. And it was with some trepidation, but also some determination that I thought that the ballot book, which is what we're talking about tonight, that's going to go out to every single voter in Brookline, which we are doing for the first time. We've never done this before. And Joe gets credit for taking on a task that was mandated by vote of town meeting and has now taken the form of this proposed pamphlet to go out to every voter in Brookline. And I looked at it and I thought, you know, it could be better. And I'm not talking about the content. I'm talking about the format and the way that it reads. And for the average voter, I think confronting this pamphlet, the way that it was formatted could be very confusing. And I thought we owe it to the voters to try to come up with a format of this information that is less confusing. And so Devin's going to help me by sharing a screen, and she's going to scroll through it a little bit so that you can imagine that this is the booklet you have received at home. And this is the reformatted version that I created. And the reason that what you're seeing first goes all the way across the page is because this is the explanatory material. And I made the decision that if this were formatted to go all the way across the page, we could then separate it clearly from the arguments presented by the pro and con sides, which would then be logically side by side with one argument always presented, the yes argument always presented on the left, and the no argument always presented on the right. So if Devin, if you can keep scrolling, we will get to under question 1, what is presented by the two sides. There it is. The proponents, who they are, what their argument is, and the opponents, who they are and what their argument is. Now, this could not be done while also retaining every single aspect of the content provided by the proponents and the opponents. And the glitchy part of what was presented by the proponents and opponents is that they made frequent use of QR codes, which would sometimes break the content, in odd places, would break the page in odd places. So in place of their use of the QR codes to go with their actual submissions, I put in language, and you'll see it in red at the bottom of each of the columns, refer to our QR code at the bottom of page 3. And then when we get to page 3, you will see, here's the explanation for question 2A, followed by, as promised, the QR codes for all the various groups. There were really only 4 of them, but within the pamphlet itself, you would have seen 7 QR codes, and I think maybe actually 8. That's because one of them was repeated 3 times and one of them was repeated twice. So that ate up a lot of space unnecessarily. By the way, one of the governing fact that caused us to, struggle to get all of this information into the pamphlet is that it has to be 6 pages. All right, so having presented the explanation.
Is that by statute or?
Well, no, it's because of our printer. right?
Yeah, it's
Our-
the mechanics of our folding machine and our mailing machine.
Yeah, has to be a limit of 3 pages, double-sided. So having presented 2A explanations all the way across the page, on the prior page, now we get to just back up a tiny bit, Devin, if you don't mind. This is not perfect. The proponent is a little bit on the upper left, and it runs over, and then you see the opponent on the right. I will tell you that it is far, far better than some of the examples in the draft pamphlet, which will, for example, have an explanation going all the way down that left-hand column, almost to the bottom, and then the beginning of the proponents, which then snakes up into the right-hand column and goes down, 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 and then the opponents. And in at least one instance, what happens is, as you're reading the explanation, you get to the bottom of the explanation, and immediately to the right is the opponent's argument. You might think that you can go directly to the opponent's argument and just skip the proponent's argument because you've kind of arrived at where the opponent's argument is immediately to your right. But this avoids that by putting them as close as possible in a side-by-side position. Same thing for the next one, 2B. Explanation all the way across the page, arguments pro, arguments con, left, right, side by side, and then the final question, the same. So yes, it is at some risk to present this as an alternative because the proponents and opponents have to agree, for example, to the change in the placement of the QR codes at the bottom of page 3. Do they? If they don't, we have the draft version, and that's the only version that we can move forward on tonight. I spoke to yes on one. I spoke to no on one. Yes was okay with, and not going to say that I'll take a side on one versus the other, but I would have no problem with there being this version of it. And he sees the virtues of it, but he's going to sort of stay mostly neutral on it, but he would certainly accept this version and sees the reasons for it. No was enthusiastically in favor of it. On the 2A, one of the sponsors on that, the no on that, enthusiastically for this format. 3, which is question 3, which is, I'm sorry, 2B. I did not get to reach the opponent on 2B, and so I can't really speak for Paul. But as for 3, that you heard from Susan earlier, she did have concerns, is not in favor of this if it takes away the QR code that she had with her content. But on the other hand, if the QR code can be placed next to her name and her organization's name with the content, she seems to be okay with it, but she can speak for herself.
Okay.
And that's the reason for this amended version to be presented.
Okay, Miriam?
Yeah, so I'm going to be real concise here. In my opinion, this is a solution looking for a problem. I just don't, I don't have any problem what was presented to me originally by Joe. I think putting the QR codes at the very end is A, distracting, B, it actually will lessen people's likelihood to go and look at those QR codes. I don't have any problem with more than a QR code being there more than once. The more likely the more they see it, more likely they're going to be able to snap it and get more information. People know how to find information. I just don't support this. It's just kind of like also last minute. Everybody's got their opinions. It's derailing everything. And I'm not sure why. I don't see what the real problem was.
Should we show the?
Besides,
Yes.
So I have to say, having been a college newspaper editor, I respect the editor sitting here to my right, to John, who's done a great job revising the way this looks. I do have to say, I wrote most of the proponents pieces for 2A and 2B. And I would much rather have the original layout, which puts the opponents after mine. But from a perspective of fairness and readability, I think this is a significant improvement, and I'm really glad to see it. The QR codes, frankly, I think the QR codes were a distraction. But on the other hand, that's, that's something, because I don't use QR codes except under duress. So I can take or leave the QR codes. I don't care about them, but I do think that the formatting is an improvement, and the words haven't changed. It's the words that we should be concerned about.
Yeah, I think the formatting changes are an improvement. I'm not sure we need to have an improvement, but that's just my opinion.
Right.
I
think, well, I,
know.
that's no.
And the question is, if we were to go with the changed formatting, what do you need as evidence that the proponents and opponents agree? I mean, the fact that John called them is probably not sufficient, right?
So as I explained to John, when he started this process, I don't care about formatting. Is this better? Is this clear? Not my department. Okay. I'm the lawyer. Okay. So I'm only explaining to you what I'm concerned about with the law. And that is, if you change their content of their argument, you need their permission.
Okay. Do we need that in the form of a written response, or is the fact that John called them sufficient?
So what I'm concerned about is a civil rights lawsuit by someone saying that you violated my First Amendment rights by changing the content of my speech, because this is government resources being used to create a mailer that the town's paying for and sending out. But these arguments by these advocates is their speech. They have a First Amendment right to say that. It's basically a limited public forum. Okay. So we need their consent.
Can I add one thing?
Sure.
The formatting is their speech also.
No, that's a manner restriction. So I
Well,
never gave them.
That's what Susan was saying.
What's that?
That's what Susan was saying.
No, Susan was saying that she wants that her QR code is part of her argument, and
Right,
that she
exactly.
doesn't want the QR code severed from her argument. I think that's a tougher call, but honestly, at this late juncture, do you want to have that argument? This is, the QR code, if it's part of the argument and the advocate says that they want it to stay with the argument, then I think we would probably argue that that's the advocate's right. That's the advocate's speech. If we said to everyone at the outset of this, if you want to include things like QR codes, they have to come in an appendix at the end. That might be a little different. But I think that's the issue with that.
And I would agree. So if you're getting their consent to change the content of their argument, and the QR code that they asked to put into their argument is part of their argument, that's their content. So if we got their consent to change their argument, and in this final part, giving the concession to Susan Parks, that the QR code will be beside her name as opposed to on question 3, which is what John asked all the advocates if that's okay. We now have to go back to those other advocates to say, we told you it was going to be in the bottom of 3. Is it okay if the QR code is beside your identifying paragraph? And do you want that too? But if they say no, then we potentially have violated the due process rights of that advocate that we've told them for 2 weeks, this is the process. And then at the final stage, we've changed the process on them.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. I don't know if Susan Parks is still with us. I think. Okay, good. I was hoping she would have a chance to speak to, if we go back to, or if we stick with, excuse me, the draft as presented to us. Was she very happy with that draft? Because we're acting as though, the imperfection in what has been presented as an amended draft is the end of the story. But Susan, why don't you speak to, your views on both drafts?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let's listen to Susan.
Okay. Hi, thank you, everyone. Susan Park here again.
Hold that thought.
And I totally support the very last draft that John emailed me around 5:47, and that basically looked like it basically had my QR code to the left of Q3 proponent with my name and address and website. So if you put the QR code to the left of my contact, it's not on the doc that you shared screen, but it's in my inbox. So I think I sent an email to town council showing a red circle saying, please put my QR code there. But in that email, the circle was the right of my name, but in John's last email, the QR code is to the left, and I'm okay with that. I'm totally fine with the QR code to the left of my name instead of the right. So, and if you do that version, I support it. Thank you.
We need to ask Marty Rosenthal.
Well, he did not submit. He did not submit. He did not submit.
Well, he's one of the opponents.
No, but he didn't submit a QR code.
But also, we don't have that version in front of us. Is that
Yeah.
correct? I'm not looking at that.
Yeah.
That's right. If you want, I can email it. I can email it to you right now.
This is getting out of control.
But John has it also because he
Yeah,
sent it to me.
We shouldn't be editing here. That's a mistake.
No.
One thing.
Okay, Mike, what do you think we ought to do?
Say one more thing.
Okay.
I'll happy to concede that it looks better. I don't actually think it looks better or worse, but fine. Mike, Bernard, do you think it looks better? I think the horse is out of the barn. I think it's too late to change it in a way that we can get because we have to get everybody's okay on whatever the final thing is. We're not even looking at the final thing in front of us as a select board. So it may be formatted in a more appealing way for some, but I still don't understand how that makes it okay for us to change it at this point.
Yeah. What do you think, Mike?
Believe
it or not, I agree with Miriam.
Yeah. Well, I'm not surprised at that.
Buy a lottery
I'm not
ticket.
surprised.
Things happen. A moment ago, I disagreed with her. So what the heck? I have to say, I'm
Let's
not happy.
not have the perfect.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
exactly what I'm coming to. I have to say, I'm not happy at all with the town council's refusal to think that a budget that has been adopted is not a fact, or that an up to number from the state isn't a fact. But I certainly wouldn't vote against what he's done. He's done a fantastic job, a very heavy lift, even if I don't like some of it. And the same is true of the formatting. I think I prefer the formatting here. I think changing the formatting at this stage, particularly in view of sort of the not just the last minute, but the last second question that Susan raises about the placement of the QR code, that really makes it impossible for us to finish this. To the idea of passing something of this magnitude, this weight, that we're not looking at in advance, just has no appeal to me at all. It scares the hell out of me, really.
And I'd like to add that, it doesn't look beautiful, but it's not disorganized and unsuitable. In my opinion.
And I concede that it's never comfortable to do something that is of this importance, that requires going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I did that work. I submitted this to the people who had content in this Sunday night. What you are saying, you don't even know what it is. We just showed it to you. The only change between what Susan just described and what we just reviewed and what you had in your packet is that instead of 3 QR codes at the bottom of page 3, Susan's QR code would be next to her name. The argument against question 3, there was no QR code submitted. So there's not any, I don't think there's going to be any argument as to parity where that is concerned. And if people aren't comfortable going ahead with making this change, fine. Voters will get a pamphlet, which is less easy to understand, might cause some confusion and might not be totally satisfactory. In fact, I know it's not satisfactory to many of the people who submitted content, but they were told this is the way it has to be. But the select board was told, we're going to have a vote on this on Tuesday, and this is your chance to decide whether you accept this format. And this seems to happen to us a lot, is that we are told there's to be a discussion and vote on a Tuesday, and then Tuesday arrives and we're told it's too late to be having a discussion and a vote because this is just going to, mess with something that is already behind the 8 ball. And so we have to accept less than ideal solutions to problems. But if that's where we are right now, then that's where we'll be. But you're not going to make a lot of people happy with this vote to approve the draft version, because a lot of people were very uncomfortable with that version.
Okay, I have my hand up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna assume you didn't mean to mock me right there, because
Wait.
that was not nice. No, that was not nice. I call it out.
What? No, it was.
Okay, wait,
That-
let's-
Okay,
Stop. Let's-
and you are the poster child for sending out last minute changes for us to review, including changes to the ARPA slate that I got today in my inbox at like 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. So if you don't like the last minute changes, then you should also not partake in sending out last minute changes for us. That doesn't give us the opportunity to see them. I don't have something in front of me to see that we are actually, that is visually important, then I have a hard time making a decision on it.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Joe, I think it's probably appropriate. I think I know the answer to the question, but it's not a rhetorical question. I really want you to answer it. What are the consequences of our not taking a vote tonight?
So this is in the memo that I sent to you on the 23rd.
Yeah.
You need to take a vote tonight on this mailer for us to meet all the rest of the deadlines in the statute. Working back from that has to go out 20 days before the election. It takes 3 days to print. So that means I have to give Ben in the mailroom a copy of this tomorrow in order for them to work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, for it to then go out Tuesday, which is 20 days before the election. So.
Okay, that's what I expected you to
right.
say. Yeah, okay.
Bernard, Carolyn Thal would like to make a comment.
I'm sorry, who?
Carolyn Thal.
Okay. And this is not a public hearing, but, I'll take that.
Thanks very much. I don't have a particular comment, except that I appreciate that Susan was invited into the conversation. And I also, as chair of a committee, was participating in this. To be clear to those who haven't been part of it, there was a tremendous amount of back and forth on this already. So this is not new. I confirmed approval of the changes that John Von Scoyac suggested, I believe, in writing. I don't think we had a phone call. Pretty sure, and I'm happy to approve it in writing. I strongly prefer the side-by-side format, though I appreciate that it might seem like it's sort of last minute. Really, this has been through the ringer to an unbelievable degree. And then I think someone just said before that the changes would have to be approved by the proponents and opponents. But there's nothing in the statute that calls for that. So the approval comes from the select board. The statute's pretty short if anyone wants to pull it up, but I'm really familiar with it. And I'm not a lawyer, but I've read the statute 100 times, and there's nothing that says that it has to, the final approval is the select board. Thanks for letting me comment.
Do you have a response?
Sure, but your authority under the statute still has to comply with other laws. So for example, you can't take an action tonight under 5318B that would violate someone else's rights. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, how you could go about doing that without violating either their First Amendment rights or their due process rights. So although the statute says it's up to you, if you did it in a way that violated other laws, I wouldn't want you to do that.
Okay, so where are we here?
Could I say something, Bernard?
Sure.
Okay, I'm wondering if you can just vote on the content tonight and then decide the layout later. So the
Yeah.
content, I mean, it's, the
It's
content,
got to, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Susan. It's got to go to the printer. We can't.
Yeah.
okay.
And what I'd like to do is take a vote as to whether we change the formatting or not. And if we do vote to change the formatting, then, we can struggle with that. But, maybe we can resolve this. So I move approval of the, what do we call this booklet, Red Book?
I've been calling it a local ballot mailer. I've avoided Red Book because that's a state,
Mouth to the tongue, right?
it's a state thing that's actually different. They have different rights than we do. So
Okay, the mailer, yes.
Wouldn't it be normal procedure to vote on the amendment first, which I, by the way, will withdraw because it's apparent we don't have 3 votes for the change in format. But
I'm trying to make this easy, but yeah, if you want to
Yeah.
vote on the amendment first, yeah.
Well, I just was hoping you would just call for a vote on the amendment, and at which point I would withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm leaning away from the
Promise to
microphone.
withdraw.
I promise.
vote.
Do you want to
Okay.
have a chance to vote on?
No,
this?
no.
Okay.
Well, what's the point? Let's just.
No, people have made their sentiments clear, and I thank them for, entertaining an alternative proposal. That's all it was. And I accept that there doesn't seem to be 3 votes for the alternative proposal. I will stipulate that my body language was not intended to mock Miriam, if she will stipulate that I am not a poster child.
I'll give you that, John.
Under certain circumstances, that might be a compliment. I don't think you meant it that
I
way.
didn't, so I will take yours and offer mine in return.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
Mike.
I take it you want me to say, move a vote yes or no on John Van Scoyak's amendment.
And with your chair, with your permission, Chair, I would like to withdraw the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the original version of the mailer. Yes.
So if you're voting on what I proposed to you, I do have an amendment for that.
Okay.
This is with the consent of the advocate. Okay. The opponent's argument for question 3, inexplicably, I don't know how it got this far, was 151 words. So it's over the limit. So I talked to the advocates and they're willing to delete the word question in their last sentence of their argument. So what's before you, I would ask that one change be included in your vote.
Which?
So opponent of question 3.
Okay.
Okay, so it would read, instead of please vote no on question 3, it would read, please vote no on 3.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Then it becomes 150 words.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
a cannabis store was denied on the basis of just a foot. I
Right.
guess one word
Yeah.
is important.
That's right. And knowing the opponents, who the opponents are when it comes to writing something, I have to say they struggled mightily to get down to 151, and I admire them. I admire them for giving us
With no
150
formatting.
reasonably cogent argument. So
Okay, let's go. Let's vote now. First of all, I'd like to say that I appreciate John's struggle to reformat this so it looks better. I mean, I struggle with formatting and other issues when I write all the time, but at a certain point, you just got to say, not perfect, but it's good enough. So, and that's what the way I'm looking at it. So I move approval of the mailer for the town election on May 2nd, as presented to us by town council in the packet with the one edit in the opponents draft or opponents material as indicated by town council.
Can I just, Chaz has his hand up, so I don't.
Oh, I'm
see it.
sorry.
No, go ahead and take the vote and then I'll chime in at the end. You're good.
Oh, okay, this one.
Yeah. All in favor, John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. I apologize, Chaz. I don't always look up at the screen.
No, it's okay. It's an uncommon place for me. I just want to thank Joe and his team for the incredible amount of work that they did on this, night and day, weekends. Really trying to make this a full collaborative process. As Carolyn mentioned, you know, it's quite a heavy lift to get 8 groups of people to agree and figure this out and go back and forth. So I really thank him. And I want to thank John too for his efforts to, you know, improve the clarity and readability of this. And I think this is, you know, it's a learning lesson for us, right? This is the first time we're doing this. We want to get it right. We're going to have growing pains in dealing with these issues. But what I'll say on this is, I think this also demonstrates the value of when we have these tight turnarounds and town council sends these memoranda around early on. We strongly encourage folks who are interested in these things like design and formatting, who, you know, as Joe said, he's a lawyer, right? And the town council's office are not graphic designers. If you have these ideas, it's really important to reach out to us early so we're not in this position that John identified, because I agree, it's just not ideal. I want us to be sure that we have the time to address these things carefully, because we can't always be all things to all people. We rely on members of the public to bring these things to our attention. And finally, Mike, I know you're sore about this, but I'll leave it here. If you look at Newton's mailer, they did this for their override and debt exclusion, and they don't list the budget either for the exact reasons that Joe mentioned. I get that it's maddening.
Obviously, the 2 town councils are in a conspiracy.
Of course, right?
Together.
Conspiracy of lawyers. But you know, it is maddening. It's frustrating to kind of try and figure that out. But that is the way the law is structured. And we have to better that we do it and play by the rules and make it all, you know, so that up or down, win or lose, no one can contest on a technicality that, oh, you said something you weren't supposed to say. So.
Okay. Any other discussion of this? No.
Please no.
Okay. Next item, special outdoor dining licenses. Who do we have on that?
I will give you a brief overview of what is before you, and hopefully this should go pretty quickly. We have both proprietors with us here this evening of the 2 special outdoor dining licenses that are before you. As you may remember, we made the outdoor dining program purely administrative approval process, which is well on its way, as outdoor dining was able to begin as early as April 1st. So many restaurants in the community have submitted and are going through those approval processes. In the past, this board approved special outdoor dining cases, which were deemed special because of the ways they interacted in the public way, taking over some road space in addition to sidewalks or previously identified public spaces owned by the town. So the 3 that you have seen before are Prairie Fire, who is not here tonight, but will likely come before you in the future, and I'll explain that in a little bit. And then Hamilton Restaurant, in addition to Punch Bowl. All of these businesses before you tonight are Punch Bowl and Hamilton. They've gone through the full approval process of our internal enforcement agencies, health, fire, worked very closely with the Transportation Board, Parks and Recreation Commission. Those boards have approved the designs that have gone forward. And I know there have been many questions about with the recent public health issues surrounding rats. There's been extensive mitigation. They've complied with all of the requests of the departments. And so they are before you tonight looking for approval for this season of the special outdoor dining licenses.
And this is a repeat of last season for both of these?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've already seen this and done it and so forth. All right, thank you.
Eaten in them both.
Right.
Yeah. I've been to both the Punch Bowl and Hamilton outdoor dining.
Yeah. So I have a couple questions. I'm just curious. I don't think this is a big issue, but why are the conditions for Hamilton different from the conditions for Punch Bowl? I mean, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the reason that the conditions are different is because they're occupying two completely different spaces. So Hamilton's has a front and back patio. They have kind of an elaborate structure that's been created, whereas Punch Bowl is operating in the public way, where there are special accommodations, some public goods, charging stations. That used to be a throughway. So they're just completely different spaces, which is why.
Except that what is missing from Hamilton's conditions is a sanitation plan. I think that is something relevant to all.
The sanitation plan for Hamilton's has been worked out separately because that came up kind of in the height of the outdoor dining program. And that was taken care of in a separate process in addition to what they've already undergone. So health department, they're in full compliance with the health department. They came out and also did an inspection prior to their outdoor dining application being considered complete and before you.
Okay, I guess that's good enough for me.
And I do just want
Relying on Devin.
I do want to say that.
Well, I mean, the Department of Public Health has their.
Yeah. Okay.
And I would also say that both entities are here before you tonight. So if you do have questions about Hamilton's, how they plan to proceed, or Punch Bowl, I know that Jen is with us virtually and Greg is here in person.
Yeah. Okay, any questions? Any questions from?
They could open
you guys?
tonight, 70 degrees out.
That's correct. It's a beautiful forecast this week. So this approval is important for the future of outdoor dining for residents in Brookline.
Okay, unless we're not, this is not a public hearing, so if there are no other questions, I'd like to move approval of the outdoor licenses for the Punch Bowl and Hamilton's. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Mike? I'm sorry, John.
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
I do want to thank the board for taking that vote and also our community partners, Hamilton and Punch Bowl, for their flexibility and their patience as we ironed out the details, especially with the evolving needs, the expansion from the ABCC for your liquor license premises, and just want to thank you for being good community partners and working with us as we build this program.
I'll
Lastly,
enjoy your patio on the outside,
Mhm.
as well as.
Lastly, I wanted to just make you aware that Prairie Fire, which was was our third special outdoor dining license, at the time, they knew that it would be a limited opportunity for them because we do have some electric chargers going in that parking lot. That project has unfortunately been delayed, but that could mean that Prairie Fire has another season of outdoor dining in that space. So as soon as we realized that project wasn't going to move forward, we alerted them. And if they choose to move forward with a special outdoor dining license, that will come before you in the coming weeks.
Okay, so in the future, they're going to be prevented from having that outdoor beer garden thing.
Yes, and they knew about that from the very beginning because this was a grant funded project that the transportation division had pursued. And they said, for now, until all of this falls into line, you're more than welcome to use the space, but it will come to an end eventually. We thought that was going to be this season, but unfortunately it's been delayed. So Prairie Fire.
Entire outdoor area on the parking lot. I thought there was a sort of area between the parking lot and the building that they were using.
A small area, maybe, but the primary location was that parking lot.
Shame that we're losing that.
I'm looking at a satellite view of that, a Google view of it. It's taken by satellite, not that we with the Brookline satellite's not operative right now. And there's not much there except parking lot.
Yeah,
Really?
it's a very small wedge.
A little bit of dirt.
Yeah. I mean, there is a space next door, but I think other people are using it. Anyway, okay, let's, we voted, right?
You did.
Okay, so. Cool.
Thank you so
Bye,
much.
Greg.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Take care. You
Yeah,
will.
I think so.
If your beer is cold, we'll be there.
No.
All right.
Run to the.
Okay, let's see, what do we have next? Departmental budgets.
Take a bio break?
Want
Bio
to
break?
take a bio break? Okay.
Yeah, right?
5-minute bio
All right,
break.
5-minute bio break.
Oh, I've got my keys.
You knew you brought those for a reason. What do we got next? Eh,
let's not go into the details.
All right, we will resume in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we're back after our bio break. Next item on the agenda is department budget reviews. Starting off with the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Do we have Dr. Jalano here?
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell us about your department and what you're up to.
Well, I just want to say good evening, and it's good to be in front of the select board once again. It's been a while. I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Share my screen. Okay, once again, my name is Lloyd. I'm sure that people can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Once again, my name is Lloyd Gelano. I'm the director of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations for the town of Brookline. And this is my budget review. Just want to start by giving what the office mission is. The Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations promotes events and activities that aid Brookline community to become more culturally competent and to be informed of the achievements and barriers faced by our protected classes. It continues to work with community entities to examine quality of life barriers due to racial inequities or discrimination based on protected class status, and to develop strategies to mitigate those barriers. We're an office of 3. We were an office of 4. We no longer have a community engagement strategist. That person resigned in July. Subsequently, that position is now transitioned to the town administrator's office. You'll see in a few minutes what the ramifications on our on that transition on our budget. We have 2 scenarios here regarding the office's budget. One base budget with no override, and then one with the override in place. Our baseline budget for FY24 without the override is a little over $300,000. And with the override, it comes close to $400,000. 2 significant changes in the budget account for those variances. One would be in permanent full-time staff, where you see in our current FY budget, the baseline budget, it's close to $60,000. Taking away from the budget, but if the override passes, $85,000 will be put back into their account. And keep in mind, that's not for the community. The $59,000 that you see, this number with the arrow, is basically the salary for the community strategist, community engagement strategist position. That's being removed, and then the $85,000 you see in the override budget, that's for the language access coordinator position. So just want to make sure that's clear. It's a switching of positions there. The other change in the budget is with the special program supplies. That's a decrease of $5,000. That $5,000 originally was earmarked for the community engagement strategist for things that supplies and stuff that person would need to do her position. If that's reinstated, that funds will actually go towards the work for the complaint process, procedures that we need to put in place. In addition to that, help augment our budget for language access capabilities for the office. All other line items remain the same from the previous year. You asked me to, I think you asked departments to give you 3 accomplishments. I cheated a lot. I just want to give you an example of some of the things that we do. This is not an exhaustive list. Revised and distributed Brookline's diversity and inclusion business directory. We collaborated with the community entities, one being the Women's Commission, to develop a disparity study and develop a public report to be shared with the community. We hired a language access consultant to conduct a language access assessment and a strategic plan based on its findings. I don't know if folks noted, but we actually had a data party yesterday, and the language access consultant shared us what the raw data looks like. They will be formulating a strategic plan and report as early as next week, but definitely by the end of spring in June. They're convinced they're going to have it to something for us next week. We'll see. Collaborate with various town departments such as IT and DPW to address and implement accessibility strategies to the town's website, facilities, sidewalks, and open spaces. I'm just going to scroll down and you can take a look at some of the other things that we're doing. What I didn't do is was actually give a shout out to the staff of the office. We had, Caitlin and Sarah are just wonderful to work with, extremely competent and very energetic individuals, and we get a lot of stuff done in the office based on the caliber of the folks that we have. I know I stressed in other budget hearings that the need to have more staff. That's still present. If we didn't have the people we had in our office and we had not as skilled set people in the office, we would be in a lot of trouble. And I just want to put that out there. Okay, the question was, what would the office do with an unlimited budget? I actually took that and expanded it beyond what the office needs are, but basically what we perceive the community needs are. And one of the things I think is an essential component is a community center that embodies various programs that help lift the quality of life to Brookline residents. I brought this up last year. I do think that having a centralized place where people can have access to programs, rooms, where the community as a whole can get together and work with each other to make the quality of life of everyone better is essential to some of the work that we do with diversity and inclusion. Part of that process, though, too, is having a town public transportation service. I do think that having people have greater access to the town, again, makes people more visible and be able to make connections with people who may not normally have connections with. And lastly, we talked about how do we incentivize from folks to come and live and work in the community. One of those things I think that was in Brookline in the past, and I think that we should look at is a subsidized housing program for the town employees. Major goals for FY24. Top one is implementation of a strategic plan for language access. And one of those key things is hiring a language access coordinator. Develop the office infrastructure and processes to manage the complaint process. You may note in the budget that we didn't have a big ask for materials and stuff for the process. What we need basically is, as I pointed out, is people power. And that is dependent on the demand. If the demand stays the same, it's manageable. But if we see a spike in increase of cases that need to be investigated or mediated, we would be in a particular situation. We do have some measures to protect ourselves against that possibility. We are able to work with town council to actually outsource mediation or investigations services if needed. Number 3 is work with the community and town entities to develop strategies to minimize potential for hate crimes and speech within Brookline. This is not an indication that we have a significant amount of those things happen in Brookline, but we are seeing it spike in other areas of Massachusetts and across the country. And I think having a proactive way of dealing with this would be important. And lastly, a group that we have had minimal programming for and needs assessments for is our LGBTQ groups in the community. And I'd like to strengthen our ties with that particular community. And that's my presentation. I'm open for questions.
Miriam?
Thank you very much, Lloyd. As someone who was in the language access presentation yesterday, I think John was there with me. It seems like we have quite a lot to do in terms of the language access. I think it was really, even for me, who kind of knew we had a lot to do, to hear this presentation really highlighted how much we have to do. So I appreciate that in there as your top goal. And I just wonder, I hate to even say it out loud. Is one person enough?
We're all saying that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that might really be rhetorical, but there it is.
Well, that is a question that we're posing to the consultant as part of their assessment. Is okay, how many people are we going to need to actually pull this off? So
yeah, okay, thank you.
Yep.
And that's the question that can be asked about your entire office: are 2 or 3 people enough? But any other questions?
One tiny more comment too.
Sure.
As somebody who, I think I mentioned it in the past, as someone who is disabled, people tend to come to me when they have issues with disability access in town. I get a lot of emails, and it's just a pleasure for me to be able to refer them to Sarah, who really does a wonderful job of, you know, acting as a clearinghouse. Here's where you can get help for this. Here's where you can get help for that. And so I just want to put that appreciation there.
Yeah, anyone who has worked with Sarah will repeat that observation. So any other questions? Thank you.
thank you.
Station.
Have a good evening. Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
I'll see you tomorrow. See you
Yes.
tomorrow.
Bye.
Next, we have the fire department.
Police first and then.
Oh, police is first? Okay. Is Charles gonna, Chad's gonna give that presentation?
Nope.
No, Chief Pastor's here.
Okay.
Chief Pastor.
Oh, Chief, you're muted.
How are we doing now?
Good.
All right. It says I'm muted, but I'm clearly not. So thank you, everybody, for taking this on tonight. I know you've had a lot before you, and I hope to keep it under the 10 minutes you asked for. I am going to attempt to share my screen. All right, is it up?
Looks good.
All right, great. So we can jump right into it. Again, thank you all for being here tonight. With me, I have our Public Safety Business Office Manager, Mike D'Onofrio, who's been nothing short of a godsend in helping pull all this together in my first round. Jump right into the budget. The majority of our budget is personnel costs, and we'll get into that a little bit later. Our FY24 non-salary budget is level funded, and it's right in line with what we had for FY23. Like everyone else, we're trying our best to stretch our allotment to account for inflation and increased production costs, particularly as they pertain to the big ticket items like cruisers and technology advances. I can give the breakdown of numbers here, but if it's sufficient, I'll just say that it is in line with what we had in FY23. Staffing update is something that's probably of particular interest to our listeners. Just to give the board an update, I don't think it's a surprise, but we're currently authorized for 134 sworn. We have 26 vacancies. an additional 4 officers who are out on long-term injury that I'm not expecting to have return. We have 2 officers who are out injured. I'm expecting them to recover and be back to work before the summer. Some good news, we have 6 student officers who are still enrolled at the Northeastern Police Academy. We're expecting them to graduate in June. And hopefully, if the board approves 3 student officers to enter the academy at next week's meeting or a subsequent meeting, we'll be able to get them started in May. So in an attempt to lessen the blow to any one particular division or operational unit, we've been attempting to make small cuts across all divisions rather than completely obliterating any one function. So what you're seeing here is our organizational table. And the blocks that are highlighted is where we have the vacancies, and the numbers that are in red with the negative sign next to it are the number of officers we're short in those divisions. And I can make this available too. I'll speed through it just for the, in the interest of saving time tonight, but obviously it's available. So our 3 biggest accomplishments of 2022, like Lloyd said, it was hard to narrow it just to 3. We can't forget the US Open. That was a huge one, maintaining the public safety, the traffic flow, and everything that came along with that massive endeavor. Preparing for the marathon every year kind of has us in a good place in terms of regional partnerships. Without all that cooperation, pulling this off would not have been possible. And that includes our local partners as well, not just our law enforcement partners, but the Chamber of Commerce, our other town departments, and our community members. We brought back National Night Out for the first time in about 17, 18 years, I would say, when we used to host it down on Pearl Street. That was a great success. I apologize again to our vendors. We told them to expect about 400, 500 people. We ended up with about 1,200 or 1,300 people who turned out. It was a great night, and we'll be replicating that again on August 1st of this year at the field at Brookline Ave. And more practical, the day-to-day stuff. Traffic crashes are down 9%. It's something we continue to work towards. Traffic issues, remain some of our biggest issues and something that we hear from our constituents the most about. So we're out there trying to come up with new ways to keep people obeying the laws, and not just with cars, but as it pertains to pedestrians, bicyclists, and every new invention that comes onto our roadways. Here's just a snapshot of what crime looked like last year. The Part A crimes that we report to the FBI are up 24% from the year prior. Our arrests are up at about the same ratio, which I guess is something that we like to see. And all these other numbers are available in greater detail in our annual report. You can find that on our website, and we presented it at the end of March at our PCAC meeting. 3 key goals for next fiscal year. Obviously, recruitment and retention, keeping in mind the slide that I showed you with all of our vacancies. We'd love to see all of those filled. We have, like I mentioned, 9 who will be graduating at different points throughout the year. Our contract, as everybody knows, we're expecting a ruling from the arbiter in the next week or 2, hopefully. It's my hope that if we have a good contract, we might be able to attract some lateral transfers and maybe even get some of our people back that have left for other agencies. Another thing I'd like to do is improve the physical conditions for those currently working, to include improvements around the police stations, replenish our cruisers, and think about new uniforms. It's something that we already have in progress, thinking about funny, just working at the US Open, for example. One of the things we heard from so many people that were here from all over the country was, why are you wearing those heavy wool Navy uniforms when it's 95 degrees out? So they're not wrong, and that's something that we can change. We also want to think about expanding employment opportunities for non-sworn personnel. Specifically this past year, in order to alleviate one position, the departure of Officer Goon, who was our sworn crime analyst, we were able to hire Rose O'Keefe as a civilian. She came to us as a Northeastern co-op. She's a fantastic crime analyst, and we were able to work with HR to get her onboarded as our first civilian crime analyst. So we are going to look for ways that we can do similar things with some of the other jobs that we have here in the department. My intention, just to be clear, is not to cut sworn jobs, but to just think about how we can fill some of the gaps and think creatively about how we can still get done what we need to get done with what we have. New initiatives with our current budget, something that I think it's no secret to anybody here. I'm passionate about addressing mental health needs and people with mental health crises in the community. So one of the things we're looking to do is expand our DMH grant to hire co-response clinicians. There are things in the background happening that should make this almost ready to go by the time the new fiscal year starts. And I'm thankful to Chaz for helping get that ball moving. I would differ a little bit from what we have with our CIT model. Again, it's a much longer conversation, but there'd be actual clinicians partnered in a car with a police officer to respond in real time to mental health emergencies. An automated detail system, police details. Let me just skip ahead. Deputy Superintendent Mike Murphy in our traffic division is looking into a more automated detail system that would modernize and increase efficiency and transparency for the entire department. This would free up our detail sergeant to have time to physically monitor traffic details in construction zones. It would increase the efficacy of operations. We wouldn't seek to cut any personnel again from the traffic division, but just to make them actually out in the community more and doing more hands-on proactive enforcement. And finally, body-worn cameras, again, a much larger discussion. I know it's going to come up again at town meeting, but it is something that we'd like to have ready to go when we get the green light. This is a photo that I put up there in hopes that you'd go easy on me with questions because it's an adorable puppy and a smiling officer. So I'm just going to leave it there while I take questions.
Okay,
Shameless. I own it.
Any questions from the Miriam?
Yeah, thank you very much for this. I think it's fascinating. I'm looking at like the actual and the estimates in terms of, what to expect. And I don't know what field interrogations means.
Sure.
So as I'm looking through this animal complaints, I got a couple of those to make myself, but anyways, but if you could just help me out there, and what's the difference between field interrogations and field inquiries / EOI?
So a few years ago, I think it was in 2015, we used to have one kind of bucket of information that we called field. It was our FI system, field interrogations. What we realized we needed to do was separate out people that were being stopped for criminal purposes from people that were, say, setting off the house alarm and prompting a police response. We need to identify them, but it was determined that there's no criminal intent. So when you see the number for POI, those are people who identified to have a nexus to a crime in process or a past crime, but the stop didn't amount to an arrest in that moment or court proceeding in that moment.
And then the field interrogations is everything else.
Correct.
I set my alarm off, and which I may have done once or twice too, and you come to my house and got it. Thank you very much.
Well, we're glad it was you then.
Mhm. Any other questions?
No, it's good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have firefighters or fire department.
I know that Chief Sullivan is joining us.
Mike, if the chief's not here, you have to do it.
Okay.
Yes, my extensive firefighting career has led me to this point. Thank you, Chad.
I'm gonna probably head home in between 12 and 13, depending on where we are.
Okay. 12 and 13, what are they?
Yeah.
Around midnight, huh?
Right.
Yeah, after the American Rescue.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see where we are.
Okay, it was on the transcript, so be careful what you say. So when are we going to see and greet the president? I'm looking at the poster behind you.
Oh,
An
God.
antique poster.
I have this.
Very valuable.
My dining room is full of political posters, both Democrat and Republican.
Yeah.
That's Nixon behind me, so I'll apologize in advance for that one.
No need to apologize. He's looking good after the last few years.
Yeah, yeah. Wouldn't you want to swap Nixon?
I'm not
right
so
now?
sure.
Or not
I'm
right
not
now,
so
but
That was him coming to TF Green in Providence. It's in 1968. But I do have a great one of the Kennedys that my parents found in that from 1960. That was.
oh wow, yeah.
That's going to be framed soon.
Alumni of the what was then called the Devotion School.
Yeah.
All
Look
three of them, I think.
how young they were back then. Well, if I
are we waiting for Chief
while we're waiting for the chief. Oh, here.
Not quite yet.
I just like to say in my first 3 months working for public safety, I've been incredibly impressed with the professionalism of both acting chief pastor and Chief Sullivan. It's been, as someone who's been in finance for a long time, I've been really impressed again with their dedication to not only the operation, but also knowing how their budget works and how to make things more efficient for, the departments. And so I'll just throw that out there as a freebie.
Appreciated. Okay, wait.
Hello, everyone. I'm
Good grief.
sorry.
Oh, good. I was running out of things to talk about.
Sorry, Bernard. I was having some technical difficulties. My apologies.
Oh, no problem. We're all used to that. We always have technical difficulties.
Well, I appreciate your patience and I'm sorry to keep you waiting. So the Brookline Fire Department and Emergency Management budget for 2024, and I will give you my presentation. So as you can see, and if I could see it, it would be better for me. All right, so the salary adjustments, as you can see from the slide, permanent full-time salary adjustments, positive about $6,439. Longevity, down about $9,000. And so a salary adjustment of a cumulative 3,411. Services were level funded, as you can see. Estimated shortfall in services for 2024, which I had pushed forward to Charlie and Melissa, is about $12,350, which I believe that we will be able to make up in the other funds. Supplies. This was our part in the operating budget override to cut $5,000. You can see several supply of our supply line items were cut to the tune of $5,000. Other in our other accounts were level funded, and utilities were cut by about $24,700. We did have one expansion request this year of $90,000 for training, $45,000 to continue our diversity, equity, and inclusion program, and then another $45,000, which I've brought before you for several years as a regular ask for our training division budget. Capital outlay, 2 staff vehicles for $100,000. Our PC and laptop leases, approximately $1,852. Our MDUs, $21,000. Firefighter equipment, $55,000. And our Annual PPE replacement program, 77,500. This is basically level funded at 255,352. The CIP, you're well aware of our fire stations project. We're in the process of the committee of 7. We will be interviewing 2 finalists tomorrow for the design phase. Engine 1 and Engine 4 are on order, and we are expecting those to be delivered in July and September of 2024. Our station alerting system is going online within the next few days. So that project should be completed within the next week or 2. And the radio infrastructure that was part of police fire is in its final year. It will require an R&M increase in that line item as well. Total fiscal year budget reduction, 33,555. Emergency management post-pandemic, emergency planning is the focus of what we are working on now. We are working to update our comprehensive emergency management plan, or our SEMP, our hazard mitigation plan. We are working on with a grant from MEMA, and we have a professional consultant who is in to help us to put together a comprehensive hazard mitigation plan, which opens the door to many, many other grants. It is being combined in terms of its the planning with our climate resiliency plan, which is a huge part of our actions moving forward, with the help of our town sustainability coordinator, Tom Barrasso. And we are also working on emergency evacuation plans at the state level. There is a tabletop exercise locally, which will be coordinated with a regional tabletop exercise for emergency evacuation and sheltering. Our local emergency planning committee, LEPC, as this board knows, you voted the membership of that, and we're really thrilled to be able to get that back up off the ground again with the help of a grant in order to be able to do the background to get that where it needs to be. We've had our first couple of meetings, and our subcommittees have been put to work. The FEMA PA assistance program, we were instrumental in helping through emergency management to help the finance departments of the town to seek funding for COVID-related expenses. And last year, the year before now, winter storm. And I'm sure that Melissa and or Charlie will be presenting on the findings of that. We continue to be active in UASI and the Metropolitan Boston Homeland Security region. In fact, on Thursday, we have our JPOC meeting for the fiscal 24 round of funding for UASI. Our accomplishments, the highlights of our accomplishments for fiscal year 23. Successful debt exclusion initiative, as you all know, $65 million for the fire station renovation project, revising the policies and resources around PFAS. We have eliminated all of our PFAS foam, and we now have only PFAS-free foam. And we are working both state and nationally with the manufacturers of firefighting gear to help them to develop PFAS-free firefighting gear so that our firefighters are not exposed on a regular basis from their gear. We've instituted policies for restricted use of the gear to only when it's necessary for fighting fires and or other hazardous conditions which require that level of protection. We've also had a highly successful diversity, equity and inclusion program that was funded through Arpa. That was well received by all the firefighters, and we're really happy and proud of that, and we hope to be able to sustain that moving forward. In the emergency management realm, we administered nearly $1 million in FEMA PA reimbursements between the two FEMA PAs that I had mentioned earlier. The successful reformation of the LEPC and continue to increase in participation our participation in our mass notification system, Code Red. And we'll be using that for information for the marathon on Monday for the citizens to understand the routes to get in and around that area during the marathon. Our 24 objectives, implementation of the first phase of the renovations program that should include Station 4 and Station 1. We hope to get through Station 4 in fiscal year 24 and begin at least the Station 1 renovations towards the end of fiscal 24. The integration of our new records management system, initiate a company officer development training program, sustained our DEI training, and then implement Asher, which has got some contingency upon successful negotiations with Local 950 to be able to fully implement the Asher program. As you know, with recent events, we're behind the 8 ball. We need to get that done and dusted. Emergency management to continue development of the town's emergency management team capabilities through training and performance evaluations, as well as job task analysis, and then complete training and conduct comprehensive evacuation tabletop, which I had mentioned earlier, and continue to complete the EOC upgrades, which I'm happy to say started today. Yes, Electric is down at the EOC doing some preliminary work in order to be able to facilitate the upgrades that we have coming to our EOC. As far as personnel goes, we're working with HR and the police chief to get a job reclassification for not only the fire department administrative assistant, but also the police department administrative assistant. In the future, we would hope to utilize SAFER grants for two initiatives here. For incident command technicians, that would be the more immediate need, and that would be in the next couple of years. I would be bringing that to you. And then down the line, as our renovations get in full swing and we move apparatus back to their original positions, we will be looking to utilize SAFER grants in the potential funding of 20 firefighter positions to staff a much needed ladder company in South Brookline. As you can see, the SAFER grant provides the first 2 years, 75% funding from the federal government, 25% local. And then the third year, it flip-flops 25-75. The good thing about the SAFER grant now, as compared to the past, is that there is no obligation to retain those personnel after that 3 years. It used to be that you had to guarantee that you would retain those personnel for at least 5 years. So if for some reason it didn't work out to what we expected it to work out to be, there would be no look back penalty from the federal government looking to get their funding back.
Chief Sullivan,
yes, sir.
For our vast home audience, could you define what SAFER is? And going back a little bit, let people know what Asher stands for.
Okay, thank you. I forget, not preaching to the crowd here necessarily. Asher stands for Active Shooter Hostile Event Response. So that is directly tied to all of these mass shootings that you see on the news. And SAFER, honest to God, I couldn't give you the acronym for that.
But it's a grant program from the federal government?
Right, grant program from the federal government for its staffing and firefighter something. It's a staffing grant from the federal government.
Great.
I'm sorry, I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm a little flustered. I couldn't get on the call here. So yeah. New initiatives. As I've been preaching for the last 5 years since I've been here. We need to seriously look at replacement of our CAD system, the computer aided dispatch system, which is the heart of all of our functionality, both police and fire. And we'd also be looking to help our new lead dispatch coordinator, Natalie Hunt, to do what she needs to do. Okay, thank you, Michael. Staffing for adequate fire and rescue personnel is the SAFER. That's what it is. Reorganization of the Public Safety Dispatch Center so that there is career development opportunities and that we can maintain our high quality of dispatchers that we have and give them the opportunity for advancement within the structure of their own organization. continued development of the town's emergency management function, including the EOC upgrades, and then formalize a community risk reduction program, which is essentially our public education program for the fire department and emergency management.
And EOC stands for?
An emergency operations center.
Okay.
So as we move through to the end of the presentation here, continued emphasis on our priorities on firefighter health and safety, initiating cancer screenings for all firefighters on multiple levels, PFAS-free PPE, which I mentioned earlier, annual medical evaluations for all of our firefighters so that we can get early detection on not only the cancer issue, but cardiovascular issues that are unfortunately plague our profession. And other diabetes and other things that we could handle and minimize the impacts if we get early detection through an annual medical evaluation. And with that, employee fitness standards for all of our firefighters. I would also like to see us get out ahead of the curve, if you will, and increase our fire prevention and community risk reduction programs out there doing more inspections and enforcement, as well as doing a risk analysis for the town through both the fire department and fire prevention, as well as the emergency operations, emergency management function, and planning for both of those functions. Planning and mitigation prior to anything happening ensures a smooth event as we move forward. And with that, I'm happy to take whatever questions you might have.
Well, any questions from the select board?
No, that was,
John?
oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. Could you comment on the long-term disabled situation?
The long-term IOD, injured on duty?
Yeah, injured on duty. Forgive me for the terminology. Yes,
Yeah,
injured on duty. Yes.
Yes. So, the IOD, injured on duty, kind of runs in cycles. And unfortunately, we've been in a cycle of high injured on duty in the department over the course of the last year or two. Some of that, I believe, is fatigue from the COVID pandemic response. And some of that is just happenstance. Generally speaking, we work with the Human Resources Department to be able to get our folks who are injured on duty into the best quality recuperation and recovery, whether that means surgery or physical therapy or whatever the case may be, and then get them through to the point where they can reach their maximum medical potential to either come back to work as soon as possible or in some cases, they reach their maximum level of medical performance, which will not allow them to continue in their employment, and then they would be moved through the retirement system. So it ebbs and flows. Right now, we have about we just got two long-term folks back. One of our long-term folks just retired a few days ago. There are two more in the pipeline. So those longer-term ones that I think you're referring to, John, are reduced down to two or three, and those are working through their various the hoops that we have to jump through, so to speak, in order to be able to get them to the point where we can make a decision one way or the other. And that's hopefully that is to get our employee into a position where they can come back to work full duty and be able to perform all the functions of a firefighter. And in some cases, that has we have a positive outcome. In other cases, it's just not possible.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Thank you, Chief. But if you don't mind, could you just give us a number or some numbers here? How many IOD?
Right now, I believe our number stands at 16 in terms of in various levels, from just a couple of weeks to a couple of months, And then, as I said, I think we have 3 that are over a year and that are not in the process of disability retirement.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And
I
all
have,
that, that all depends on what kinds of surgeries they have and the anticipated recovery times and so on and so forth. So.
Okay, you mentioned that you're going to start renovation of fire stations 1 and 4, I believe, in fiscal
Correct.
year 24. I assume that, I not assume, I know that there will be expenses related to that renovation other than the renovation itself, such as relocating firefighters into different buildings, relocating equipment, et cetera. Do you have a sense of the cost of that, and when will those costs be in the budget, in your budget?
So, thank you, Bernard. All of the relocation costs were calculated into the override, into the debt exclusion of 65 million. So it is embedded within that that debt exclusion. And it's going to vary, depend on the companies. The only company that will be, we will have temporary housing for will be when we get to Station 5, probably three plus years down the line. And then we'll be looking to build a temporary quarters just for the engine company. Hopefully, if it's still available on the Babcock parking lot.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Chief Sullivan.
Again, I apologize for my technical difficulties. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it.
No problem whatsoever. Happens all the time. We're used to it.
Thank you.
Okay, next. See, where's my thing here?
CDBG.
Pardon me?
CDBG.
Yeah, CDBG, 1-year action plan. I assume that's going to be Joe Viola, or Chaz can do that.
It'll be Joe, I believe. Thanks, Joe.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, tell us what you want us to do.
So first off, I want to apologize to the board. I'm just realizing that the packet we sent you this evening, there's some inconsistencies between the committee, CDBG Advisory Committee memo and the budget that you were actually given. As I'm walking through my brief presentation, if you're relying on the memorandum we sent you, I think you're best served by using page 4 of that document to see what the advisory committee's recommendation was. But again, Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning. This is just an update to the board related to the CDBG Advisory Committee's recommendation for fiscal 24. Our past practice has been to come to the board with an update, because we'll be back here before you in May asking for your vote on the proposed budget and also for your approval to submit our plan to HUD. So just to clarify, there are no actions or votes required this evening. I just was hoping to give the board an update and to walk you through the committee's process. So prior to coming here this evening, we issued a request for proposals in January. We received a number of proposals from prospective grantees. The CDBG Advisory Committee met via Zoom on March 13th to hear presentations from every potential grantee. We used the latter part of that meeting to deliberate over the funding recommendations that were included in the memorandum tonight. The committee sought to program about just over $780,000 in CDBG funds to a number of different activities for the upcoming program year, including a number of affordable housing activities, such as the Brookline Housing Authority's capital improvement projects at High Street, the capital improvement project at Brookline Community Development Corporation's building on Boylston Street, 154 to 156 Boylston, and as well funding the town's affordable housing program. And this funding can be used to advance a number of development or preservation projects over the course of the next fiscal year. Finally, the committee allocated the maximum of 15% of the grant, which is about $196,000, a little less than that, to the 4 public service programs applying for funding. Funding was recommended for the BHA's Resident Service Program, for the Council on Aging's TRIPS program, the Steps to Success Work Connections for Youth program, and the Brookline Food Pantry. So a draft annual action plan and the committee's recommendations are available at our webpage, the planning department's webpage, for the next 30 days. We'll take comments all, leading up until the board's May 9th public hearing and vote, after which we'll finalize the plan and supporting materials and send them off to HUD for their approval. Again, I apologize for the mix-up. We got our wires crossed between the memorandum you received and the budget that was included in your packet. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about process or any questions you may have. Thank you.
Miriam, you had a question?
Yeah, can you just, once you have them congruent, can you send it out again? Or send it to Devin, who'll send it to us?
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So despite what our agenda says, we do not have to approve anything, so. So Ace, there's no other questions? Thank you, Joe. I'm sorry.
No, nothing here.
Thank you. We'll see you in May.
Okay. Okay, next, we have a short item that hopefully get us out by our 8:30 hearing. Question of approving the proposed slate for the second round of American Rescue Plan Act funds as presented by the American Rescue Plan Review Committee, subject to satisfactory terms and conditions specified by the town. Miriam would like to, kick off the discussion?
I have a few words.
Or whatever you want to do.
All right. First, I want to start by sharing a heartfelt thank you to the members of the Arpa Review Committee, Arthur, Brian, and Jenny, and my two co-chairs at one point or another, John and Mike. This work has been extremely challenging, balancing many needs, many financial asks, and many stakeholders. I am very proud of our final recommendations. Second, I want to acknowledge the work of Chaz, Tyler, and Melissa, who make all this possible. I mean, you too, Devin, but you were a little less involved with the Arpa stuff. In the end, we gave $6 million to the Brookline Housing Authority, unlocking 10 million more. We gave to the Brookline Community Foundation, the Brookline Center for Community Mental Health, Steps to Success, the Brookline Teen Center, the Brookline Food Pantry, just to name a few. We also supported municipal work, including drafting a plan for the Davis Path footbridge. I was on that committee. Support for our libraries, schools, our town clerk, COVID response for the Department of Public Health, and of course, funding the fight against rats. Finally, we have set aside $1 million for affordable childcare, a truly important need, and we are doing what we can to support this endeavor. We used a process that included a community scoring sheet created with input from the public and rules and regulations outlined by the federal government. We had a 5-person committee come to a consensus on all the grant decisions made. And we did this in publicly reported meetings and on a publicly accessible website. I'm very proud of this transparent and community engaged process and the end result, which I'm confident others would have come to in the same position as our committee. But I would be remiss if I didn't address what happened at the end of the meeting last week. I was personally attacked. As a select board member and elected official, I understand that might happen, but my children were also attacked. And for that, I cannot sit in silence. Let me be very clear. I will not be intimidated. I will not be bullied. I will not be gaslighted. Not now, not ever. What happened at the Arpa meeting last Friday was disappointing, but we should not allow it to detract from the excellent work of this committee and of this funding. With that, I present to the rest of the select board the proposed slate for the final round of ARPA funding. And Mike and I, it was a 5-0 vote. It was a very gentle consensus. And we are happy to answer any questions or address anything that you might have to say about it. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions, discussions, proposals?
I have an amendment, but I didn't know if Mike wanted to add anything to what Miriam had to say.
Thanks, John. I do actually, I was prepared to wait till the end, but I do want to say that we set aside as part of this, we're setting aside a $1 million amount that is earmarked for supporting affordable childcare, and particularly childcare, putting together a childcare facility that would accept children who have state aid vouchers, and those vouchers are, I believe, worth on the order of $10,000 each. And we received a request for setting that up with a budget that was very substantially higher. I think it was about $2.5 million for the first year. And that budget overestimated the rent due to a misunderstanding of what rent was likely to be. It included $650,000 for rent versus an actual rent of about $52,000 for the year. It included, for a 2,100 square foot space, about the size of a typical large condominium, 2 full-time custodians. There was no revenue line for an operation that would be accepting state vouchers for childcare on the order of $300,000 or more a year. And our response was to say, this is a great idea. You need some help putting it together. And we suggested who specifically could help the applicant. And we would certainly welcome a response from the original applicant, or anyone else for that matter, who could move this really interesting and important idea forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I?
Sure.
Okay, so circulated to,
Can I sort of butt in for a second?
yeah, please. Yeah.
So the childcare program is going to be subject to contingency.
That's correct.
on-
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a list of those conditions that?
Yeah, well, the two key conditions are to get some assistance with the budget, and we have suggested using an organization that's supported by the federal government called SCORE, where and there are something like 85, 90 people available in the Boston area who provide voluntary free counseling to startup businesses, and this is essentially a startup business. And I believe that there are actually there's actually 1 or 2 people in that group who've run childcare facilities or have been involved in the management of childcare facilities. So that's one condition. And then the other condition is a very important one. Once this money is used, what happens next? How does that operation sustain itself? And so another condition is to work with the Brookline Community Foundation to identify possible sources of future funding beyond the state vouchers, which will not cover the whole cost.
Right. And operating a daycare center is a very heavily regulated business.
Very much so. Yes, the
it's
state
also
regulations are specific as to the size, the amount of play space for each child, the number of teachers for each child by age category and so forth.
And it's a scary business because you're dealing with young children.
Well, yeah, you don't want,
Yeah, we see them walking up in their little trains.
That's
with their
right.
hands tied together. It's so cute, but it's,
Yeah, there's a lot of
risk.
responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. And certainly it all has to be put together into a coherent package of budget and operations. And we didn't feel like the original application reflected that capability.
Okay, thank you.
I forgot one thing.
Okay.
I have sweatshirts for the, I'm going to leave the sweatshirts with Devin for the ARPA review committee. Is that okay with you, Devin? Yeah. So when you come into town, grab your sweatshirts. I can give you yours.
Great.
My card.
Okay, it's less than $50, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, they're Amazon.
Okay, John, you had something to
Yes.
add?
Thank you very much. I do want to thank the ARPA screening committee for their work. And it was done very diligently. It was done very thoroughly. It was done with great attention to the importance of this ARPA funding as, an opportunity to see programs delivered that will be of significant value to folks in the community in Brookline. And with one exception, I found myself in agreement with their decisions. But I did circulate an amendment to our vote that would take an amount of money that was designated for Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, $475,000, and reduce it to $50,000. and then allocate the remaining 425,000 to the Brookline Community Foundation's Racial Justice and Equity Fund. So I think people would have noticed the parallel there between the description of these two applicants for funding, both racial justice and equity related. One, Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, a group that incorporated just in January of this year in its current mission. Has been around for a while, but and I had a good conversation with Raul Fernandez from Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity this morning about this. A decision was made to launch in a new direction. The steps were taken in January to incorporate, to have a state certification number, a registration number, whatever it's called, an EIN, and all of that is good. But it is new as of January this year. Brookline Community Foundation, which has a racial justice and equity fund, which is where this $425,000 would go, has been around much longer, decades, and is in fact an organization that puts money in the hands of groups like Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, but also many, many other groups within the community. When money goes, such as these ARPA funds, $425,000 goes to the Brookline Community Foundation, it isn't for the foundation, it's for the foundation to give to other groups in the community. And they're very experienced at doing that. And they know what it takes for smaller entities to actually deliver on programs and to meet the requirements of accepting money and then spending the money. And I think that given that there is such a clear parallel between the missions of these two entities, both of which applied for ARPA funds, but given the difference in their experience, and their track record and what they already deliver in terms of, in the case of the Brookline Community Foundation, annual report after annual report after annual report after annual report, reporting on what they have been doing in the community year after year after year after year. Every I dotted, every T crossed. They're good at this. They've been doing it for a long time, and they had requested $1 million for the Racial Justice and Equity Fund, but been granted $500,000. So really, what this is a near complete payment on what they had requested. But even with the additional 425, it's $75,000 short of what they had requested. I do hope that the $50,000 for Bridge, Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, will be well used by them to do all of the things that they have decided that they want to do in this new direction that they are taking, but give them sort of the time to do them incrementally, get ready for much more expansive programming in the years ahead, and be geared up by the end of the year of use of this $50,000, be geared up to be an ongoing organization that applies for grants from organizations like the Brookline Community Foundation and delivers programs year after year after year. But I think perhaps taking the first year to get a start at that, and then to prove their both to identify the programs with greater specificity than what were identified in the application for this year, and also to sort of start to develop a track record of not just having incorporated and not just having gotten a number from the state, but also laid out how they were going to use $50,000 in year one, and then delivered the evidence of that they used it exactly as they said they were going to use it, and that they actually have made steps towards being able to solicit and get funds in the future and do much more.
Bernard,
Yeah.
I'm going to address this if this is okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't have to to like that, but.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't- Unconscious. Great. Thank you, John. I'm happy to address these points because we did discuss a lot of this at the committee. You were in the audience in a lot of those meetings.
Sure.
So the first, I have a couple points which I think are really important, which is the first is I don't disagree with you at all. The BCF is extremely competent. We rely on it. We gave a lot to them in the first round. We're giving a lot to them in the second round. But I think the problem with your argument is we could just give them all of the money and then they could make all of the decisions, and that's not what's in front of us. So I just, that line of thinking, I don't follow or agree with, because I think we do have some responsibility to make some of these decisions. And I don't think what Bridge does is exactly the same thing in terms of what BCF funds with their grants. They do a lot of direct service work, which I think is great. The way I think about Bridge, and I have, to be clear, zero affiliation with Bridge, is that if GARE worked, because I love GARE, but it doesn't really do anything. So I kind of think of that as the equivalent. If we actually had a functioning GARE, then, that's how I see Bridge. That said, I think that, let's look at it because I had one more point. Oh, I think there's a real problem with giving the money to BCF's Racial Equity Fund and then asking them to then give it to Bridge. And that is that, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Fernandez sits as a member of the Racial Equity Grant Fund Committee, which would put him in direct conflict with being able to then grant himself money. So I just think we can't I don't think we should do it. I don't think we can do it. I don't think it achieves our goal. And also, this was, again, something the whole committee discussed and agreed to. So I hope that answers your questions why I don't think we should do it that way. And I won't support doing it that way personally. And I think that's it. Any other?
Well, if I may, it
Yeah,
does
please.
answer my question, and I take your points, but I do want to be clear. I didn't mean to imply that the money is being given to Brookline Community Foundation with strings tied, that it has to then be used for grants to Bridge. In fact, I think one of the issues that a brand new organization that is just getting up and running needs to deal with is exactly the kind of conflict that you pointed out. Now that we are going to be seeking grants, if there is someone connected with Bridge that is seeking a grant who also sits on a screening committee of BCF, what do? They have to pull themselves away from that screening committee and accept, as a responsibility of there now being a grant-seeking organization, that they can't be both giving out the grants and receiving the grants at the same time. And I think that's a solvable problem for sure, for certain.
So you actually bring up a point I meant to mention, which is we actually built, and this was Chaz's idea, and I think Chaz is still there. There are some contingencies for organizations that have been incorporated for less than 3 years, because in fact, Bridge is not the only one.
Yeah.
So I think if that's the case, then we have to apply it to all of them. We have to apply everything across the board. This is something we have been discussing as a committee often.
Yeah.
And so I think that is the nature of what we're doing. We are giving money to new projects and new ideas for small organizations that are new. And so for me, that's why. So your issue is legit, right? But it's a solvable issue with what we're putting in the grant agreements. And I'm going to let Chaz talk about what's going in the grant agreements, because that's his.
Yeah, let me just add a couple of points.
Yeah.
I sort of agree with John, but in a different way a little bit. And I mean, the problem that I have with Bridge, frankly, is it's a political action committee type organization. It's been very active in politics here in Brookline. And I think that before we can give them a big chunk of money, we have to set up a process whereby they create, whatever, but, something that is separate from their political action organization. I think it actually probably is a PAC, as that's defined. But I think the idea of giving them seed money, and John's suggesting $50,000, would enable them to, for example, figure out how to apply as a 501c3 that can then seek funding from the community foundation as well as other places.
So it's not a PAC, to be clear. It is a
So it's a
501c3.
political organization. That's what.
But I'll say two things to that. They're not a direct service organization. So I don't know what they would do with 50,000K. I think if your direct services, okay, 50,000K, you can do grocery cards, you could do something with that.
Well, no,
But they're not.
suggesting that they use that to organize themselves into a different body that can actually do that without running into problems with the town, for example, in terms of the political activities they're engaged with.
Well, we have, so one of the conditions really for all of these organizations, but it comes from having a discussion about bridge, is that advocacy is, none of the money can be used on advocacy. As far as Bridge being a brand new organization, it's not really. It's newly incorporated. It's been in operation as an advocacy organization, absolutely, for several years. But it exists. It's there. It has a body. We are going to treat it as though, as in the same way as we're treating other organizations that haven't been incorporated for at least 3 years. But just the same. Personally, I have a lot of confidence that they'll be able to figure out how to use these funds effectively for their objectives without treading into the advocacy area. The grant has to be put together in a way so that they actually show us that they're doing that. And that's the set of contingencies that have to be negotiated with them in order to actually give them access to the funds. So maybe it would be appropriate for us to ask the town administrator a little bit about his thinking about the kinds of contingencies that need to be put in.
I would welcome that, but may I just seek clarification on a couple of points? I have it in an email that they were incorporated as a nonprofit this January after 7 years as an active community organization. So I don't believe they've been incorporated for more than just a matter of months. If that is in fact, how to interpret that statement in an email. I don't know that they are yet a 501c3, but
They are.
Raoul is here and he could clarify that for us.
I can clarify it for you too. It's actually on their website. They have filed and they are a 501c3.
They have filed.
They are.
Yeah.
it
So
financially works with
right.
the Fed.
The way the rules work for 501c3s is if you say you are a 501c3, you are, but you're required to file a form demonstrating that you meet the requirements, the IRS requirements, and the IRS takes a considerable amount of time, typically months, to approve that form or deny it, if that's the case. In the meantime, you are allowed to operate as if you have approval.
Okay, I think that's a useful distinction, but I also think it speaks to, when I hear the phrase, organizations that are incorporated less than 3 years, we are looking at an organization that's incorporated less than a year. It's incorporated a matter of months.
That's less than 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
I need to be very clear, not a PAC. A PAC is a different filing.
I didn't say it was a PAC.
No,
I said
to Bernard's
Right,
point, it's
yeah.
because I think we need to be very consistent with our terms. Not a PAC, filed with the feds as a 50.
No, I said it once.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I wonder
Yeah.
if we can listen
Let
to
Chaz.
Chaz for a bit.
Yeah, so two things here. One, the issue of, and for any organization that's receiving grant money here, that it was incorporated for less than 3 years, there will be strict requirements about making sure that their budget is set and that they are meeting certain milestones by the end of this calendar year. And those milestones may vary based on their projects, but the requirement and the ultimate timeline this calendar year is the same. That's because this all has to be dealt with by the end of 2024. That's at the date at which all ARPA money must be committed and it must be spent by the end of 2026. So For organizations that are relatively new, I think it makes sense for the town to say, listen, we want to be, we want to be helpful. We want to provide, guidelines for you to be able to spend this money. But if you don't spend it, or if you don't look like you're going to spend it, you don't meet some objective metrics by the end of this calendar year, we can't have a situation where we run the risk of you not completing your work. So by the end of this calendar year, you must meet these conditions or the money will go back to the town. There's been some discussion about that reverter maybe going to BCF. It's cleaner to have it just go directly to the town. It also creates less of a reliance, less of a conflict issue with BCF, because it's given that they then have an interest in an organization maybe getting the money or not getting the money. And we want BCF to be, helpful to community partners that are less technically skilled. And they might feel unable to do that if they have an interest in the contract and the agreement not going through. The other kind of prohibition here is an absolute prohibition on political activity. And again, this is applied uniformly across the board. It's not just, I don't think it's just Bridge that participates in political advocacy. For example, I think the Black and Brown Club does. I think a couple other organizations, the Economic Development Organization, while that's not their primary purpose, I believe that they engage at times in advocacy on behalf of their position. So it's really important for all the organizations getting this money to understand that it's an absolute red line. You cannot participate in political advocacy with this money. You can't pay anyone on your staff who has a political advocacy job with this money. And you can't, this is also important for some of the organizations that have religious affiliations. You can't promote religious activities with this money. It's important for everyone to have an understanding that those restrictions apply across the board, not just to one entity, but to multiple entities. So that aim, those aims are to ensure that the town maximizes the use of this money and that it doesn't go to waste. So in that instance, because the organization you're talking about here is relatively new, and it has in the past, in its past incarnation, participated in political advocacy and activities, that's what would, both of those restrictions would apply to them. And, all the organizations would just need to look at that. I see there are a couple of things in the chat.
That we as a committee, again, all five of us discussed this issue. And you should know, not everybody, everyone came at it from different angles and different issues, and Chaz's input was really important. And this is why these contingencies are here. But I don't see why this one entity gets a different set of scrutiny from the other entities. And I just don't follow the logic to not fund them when everything else that the committee decided in consensus is fine.
My concern is that Bridge was a very high profile, very, very significant not political action group, but political organization in town that got involved in politics at a very high and very intense level. And, to say that an organization like that could be given public funds is where I have a problem. My way of dealing with that, so we don't just, give them nothing, is to agree with the idea of seed money to enable them to sort of create a separate organization that has its own, agenda, own mission, separate from the political activity of
But haven't you just done that? Go ahead, Mike.
So how about making the grant on the basis of the full amount of the grant on the basis that that's the first stage. There has to be a separate organization created. It skips a step. It gives them it gives that future organization the certainty that if they meet the next set of milestones, they'll actually be funded. And it seems to me that you raise a legitimate point. There's no question that Bridge has been primarily involved in political advocacy. But you raise an interesting point about, setting up a a sibling, as it were, that steps away from that.
Can I just, but because I'm confused here now, because isn't that what they just did? They've been around for 7 years. They just pivoted, filed the paperwork to be a 501c3, which actually I believe part of that, now it's been a long time since I've done 501c3 paperwork, so somebody should correct me if I'm wrong. But part of that is actually 501c3 prohibits you from advocacy. I worked at Oxfam for many years, and Oxfam had 2 separate entities because of that. So they filed the paperwork already with the feds to be a 501c3. So they are actually pivoting. So that's where I'm lost.
And my additional concern is that it's just been since January, which is like 3 months ago. And, I want to see, them move with this.
By the time they get this money at the rate that
Well, we
we give
could-
out money, you'll.
We could put it with BCF and designate it for a bridge once certain conditions are met.
I don't see why we just don't designate the certain conditions. Why does it have to go through BCF?
Well, if I may, because, Miriam said, why are we treating this organization differently than any other organization? I don't believe we are treating it differently than any other organization that is 4 months old. And I can't even think of another organization that had the record of political advocacy that Bridge has had, that has come to us and within 3 months of incorporating, 4 months of incorporating, been granted $475,000 on their first ask. So I think if anything, I would say point to another organization that was in the same situation as Bridge that got anything like $475,000. I will point to an organization that it was similar to Bridge, had not done political advocacy as far as I know, but was very new, was a startup organization, had incorporated in January, and that was January of 2022, and was given $50,000 in seed money. And that's the Black and Brown Club. So I think, frankly, the argument that we should treat the organizations that are similar the same is a good argument. And I think that's what we're doing.
Okay, how do we go forward from here?
Well, we have a motion on the table, I guess, from the committee.
Yeah, and then
And
an
an
amendment, yeah.
And an amendment. And so we have to vote first on the
Amendment. and-
amendment.
I want to, there's a couple of comments in here that I would
Go
want to flag in the, from Ava Taylor, who's the director of BCF, the Racial Equity Grant Committee member shift, and as a group representative of the community, we have a conflict of interest policy. And Zaria, who's also at BCF, says, per Ava's point, BCF will be happy to supply documents about how we select grant committee members, as well as our conflict of interest policies. Emil Pierce asks, will the town be able to allocate any clawback money from 2023 and 2024? The answer is yes. We intend to do so. We don't want there to be any clawbacks. But if there's any money that's unused from projects or whatever, we will reallocate that funding. But it's got to be the stuff that's shovel ready. It can't be this kind of long process that takes months to get a contract out. It's just got to be done.
Right. I mean, that's true of the $1 million set aside for affordable childcare. We need to hear something back in order to get that started for exactly the same reason.
So isn't John suggesting that the same way that we treated the Black and Brown Club's daycare or childcare program be the way that we're treating Bridge?
No, that wasn't.
If that's the case, then in fact,
Well, I'm just
we're
asking.
giving them we're setting aside, the ARPA committee is setting aside the $1 million.
Right.
So if that's the case, with our contingencies, then the same should be for Bridge, and we set aside the 475 until they meet their contingencies.
No.
That's in fact consistent.
I have to admit, the audio during Chaz's comments was unclear, and I'm not sure exactly what he said was in. Was he quoting from things that are in?
He was talking about he had a question from I think it was a question that was posted by Arpa Taylor, who's the executive director of the
Yes.
Community Foundation.
And the question was-
Explaining the Community
they have
Foundation's conflict of interest policy.
Oh, and that's useful,
That's pretty
given that question that was raised. I think frankly, we should vote on the amendment, and we'll see what happens after that.
We know what's gonna happen. Come on.
Well, no, but
Yeah, okay.
this does not have to end in stalemate. And I think all of us want to see this money allocated. So we should simply, take a vote, then take another vote, and then if we have to
Another
take
vote.
another vote
Another
after
vote.
that. Yeah.
Okay, you want to move your motion?
Yes. And that motion would be, as I stated at the outset, that we take the $475,000 that the screening committee designated for Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, and grant 50,000 instead to the Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity, and grant the remaining $425,000 to the Brookline Community Foundation's use in its Racial Justice and Equity Fund.
Okay, all in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
No.
Mike?
No.
The chair votes aye. So, next we have, so that doesn't pass. Next we have the slate presented by the ARPA committee. Any questions about that? No? All in favor, John,
No.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike?
Aye.
The chair is gonna vote no. Now we're in that conundrum. What do we do next? I mean, is $50,000, a good number? Maybe that's a place to start. I mean, the concept is,
Oh, I have a suggestion. We do have one person here actually might be able to enlighten us on what the intention of the organization is, and that's the role. So maybe we could ask him to comment on what his intentions are with the fund.
Sure.
Thought you'd never ask. Sitting here politely. Hello, Raul Fernandez, former select board member. Good to see you again. And now chair of the board of Brookline for Racial Justice and Equity. I think our intentions certainly are clearly spelled out within our proposal. I'm happy to go a little bit more into detail of it. I do want to clarify that while the activities of Bridge in the past have been political in nature, we over the past year have been having many conversations about the future of our organization, about our theory of change. We recognize that there are many other organizations that are very much involved in the political space as 501c4s. We've seen a proliferation of them since I first entered politics, even on multiple sides of the issues. And recognize that there are other folks that are doing that work and decided to, as Miriam said, pivot away from political activities and instead to become a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And in doing so, as you'll see in our proposal, our interest is in partnering with the town, with community organizations and social service agencies. Not at all to be involved in campaigning and for individual candidates or for ballot initiatives even or any of those things. And we won't. We're actually, as I believe Chaz or others mentioned, we're legally prohibited from doing so, and we have no plans to do so moving forward. With that said, the key pieces of our proposal are around education and community building. So we want to sort of build the base of people who hopefully all of the board members up here care about racial equity and advancing that within the town. I know that since I've been on the board and served with everybody here, we passed a number of pieces of policy that spoke to racial equity around contracting, around housing, around, by the way, creating the Racial Equity Grant Fund that Bernard and I both sit on right now, and a number of other things. So we're looking forward to building the case for racial equity and getting more and more people in the community involved in it. And then also building community amongst folks of color in Brookline, spaces which right now are sorely lacking, and to partner with other organizations that are doing the same thing so that there's more community for the folks of color who live in town. The other pieces you'll see there is really getting a sense of where the town is, how a pulse check on where we are with racial equity. We know where those who are very much involved in town governance are and stand on these issues, but we don't know much largely about what Brookline residents think about racial equity and how we might move that forward. And as another way to get more and more people involved is to do that pulse check. And then you'll see as part of the proposal, racial equity dashboard. This is something actually I'm hoping we can partner with the BCF, the town, and others on. I know that in a few years ago, the BCF had considered doing something similar, not just around racial equity, but broader sort of determinants of equity in town. And the idea there is to say, well, how do we know we're doing any better than we were a year ago, 5 years ago? What are the metrics, whether in the schools, whether related to public health, generational wealth building, those kinds of things, access to fair and affordable housing? What are the metrics we want to look at as a community? Not just Bridge is interested in, but hopefully as a community, what are the metrics we want to look at to see whether or not we're actually improving as a community? It's all right there in the proposal. There are very specific and measurable outcomes in the proposal. It's multiple pages long and very detailed. And that's really what we're trying to do. I should say I understand, Bernard in particular, I understand some of the skepticism around previous political activities, and myself having been like you, a person that's run for office and campaigned for myself and others. But as an organization, Bridge itself has pivoted away from those activities. We are bound by the status, 501c3 status, and I can promise you that's not something we're going to be doing going forward. Hope that's helpful.
Yes.
Brian Kane, who sat on the committee with us, would like to be promoted to say something.
Okay. Devin, you get him up.
And then I have a
Good evening. And you can't see me, but I guess you can hear me.
We can.
Well, most people prefer me this way, so let's see if I can get my
Brian
camera to work. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to appear, even though I can't appear. So I've been watching your deliberations. Thank you for all you do for the town, first of all. And I guess I just wanted to, on the question of Bridge, I shared a lot of the concerns that have been mentioned tonight around the fact that the organization only came into sort of legal existence in its current form in January. We had a lot of discussions on the committee about duplication of effort by multiple groups in town. I had a lot of concerns about that, and I was able to learn a lot from Mike and Miriam and Arthur Conquest as well, and Jenny Raitt. I guess maybe that'll do it. My camera.
That's worse.
I told you. I told you.
Halloween. Better.
I wasn't lying. But yeah, just to finish up, I mean, yes. So I had several of the same concerns that Select Board Member Van Scoyoc had. What changed for me at the end, and this was at our last meeting, was the stuff that the town administrator talked about in terms of putting contingencies in place and putting the reporting requirements in place and making sure the clawbacks were there and making sure that the town had funds, which we funded through the Arpa process, to do this administrative work. And so that led me, someone who was skeptical, ultimately to support including Bridge at its full $475,000 request. We were at 425, and then we ultimately went all the way. I understand the concerns that are being raised, and in many ways I agree, but I am confident enough that the town, through the town administrator, has the checks and balances in place to ensure that we will not have to go down the road of clawbacks. And I believe that the work of the committee, meeting over several months and hearing from many different groups, did its job and did the due diligence necessary. And so that's why I ultimately voted to fund Bridge at its full amount, and to also support the full slate as presented by the committee. And I guess the only thing I can say is I would urge you to do the same. And I, again, appreciate the hard work you do. And I know it's after 9 o'clock. So I will wrap up now, but just end by saying thank you very much.
Did
Thank
you want to
you.
ask
Yeah,
a question?
I have a
of,
question for
town
Joe.
council?
Joe. And first, I just want to be clear, the way I see my role as the chair of the committee is to honor the fidelity of the committee, which made this slate. So, Joe, my question for you is, can we, as a select board, actually use the fact that in the past they were politically active to deny this application?
So Joe Callahan, Town Council, I'd really rather you not. You know, you're granting an entity, a new nonprofit, money. They might have had prior existence as a different entity, but kind of in the sense of corporate law, that's a whole different other entity. You know, the applicant before you is, I believe I heard a registered nonprofit. So whatever its prior existence could be or was, that's not before you. What is before you is the nonprofit registered at the Secretary of State, files at the Attorney General's office, EIN number from the IRS, and what that entity did, not its prior existence.
John.
Thank you, Joe. And I would point out that I didn't raise that, but I totally understand why my colleague did, but I did not raise that, and that was not in my concerns. You know, my concerns were as I stated, and I want to bring up another concern.
Can I just add, my raising that was based on the fact that having filed in January did not give me comfort that there really was a difference in the two organizations. So
sure, and obviously the fact that it's only been incorporated since January is very much on my mind. But something else is on my mind, which I'm going to express as carefully as I can. I think that we on the select board owe it to the public to go above and beyond removing any shadow of doubt. When we make decisions, we are not influenced by our own networking, our own past associations, our own relationships with individuals. And it's indisputable that we're facing a decision that was brought to the Arpa screening committee by a former member of this board. And at the meeting that was the final meeting where monies were allocated and decisions were made on remaining unallocated funds, at a crucial moment, all it took was for that former member of the board to interject via, a comment in the chat. Why don't you give the remaining X amount of dollars to my organization? And boom, it was done. And no one else was asked, do you want to make the case that we should give it to your organization? And I fear that in this leaning over backwards to draw contingencies up that will give us an avenue for giving $475,000 to an organization that has only been incorporated since January. And despite every one of the representations that were made, which I think were very good representations of what this group intends to do, we have a group that also was in the pool of applicants for funds that, as I say, is doing and delivering all of the things that this brand new group says it will do. And not only are they doing them and delivering on those promises, they are being totally transparent in everything they do. They just issued their annual report, and you should read it. It lists, they're a pretty remarkable organization. They have hundreds and hundreds of people who donate every year to this organization, Brookline Community Foundation, because they trust it and they have experienced the good work that it does in the community. And so we were in a position of basically saying they don't get their full amount, but this, brand new organization, 3 months old, with no track record of doing the things that they say they will do with the money, will get the money, but only in order to make sure that we can, in good, conscience, give them the money. We'll draw up all of these conditions that basically speak to our doubts about whether they're ready as an organization to get $475,000. And I want to see that money spent. And the way to see that money spent, at least the $425,000 of it, and not the 50 that will go to Bridge, which I'm more than happy to see them get as seed money. But the remainder, I want to see it spent. And the group that I know that I have the greatest confidence in will see that it gets into the hands of people in the community is the group that's been doing that for year in and year out in Brookline.
Okay, Mike.
So I'm very happy to hear you talk about in such favorable terms about the Brookline Community Organization, because I'm a former chair of the Brookline Community Foundation. So I'm not sure whether there's a conflict of interest in my voting for this. It was 22 or 23 years ago that the Community Foundation took its current form, and I was chair then. And I can tell you that at the time it was nothing like it is now. It took a great deal of work and a great deal of volunteer time to make it that. And we're not expecting Bridge to achieve that level overnight, over a year. We're saying, here are some funds that that you've asked for. Show us, as opposed to show us the money, show us the results before you get the next draw on your account. And it seems to me like that's a reasonable thing to do because of all of the doubts that you have sown about its being just incorporated since January. But as I can tell you, actually the original organization that created created the Brookline Community Foundation is something called the Brookline Friendly Society, which dates back to 1878 or something of that sort. And it had the money, that it had an endowment, and it contributed that endowment to get the Community Foundation off the ground. In a sense, that's kind of what we're asking for here, or they're asking for here, and the committee is asking for as well. So to expect that, as Miriam said, the sensible thing to do would be to give all of the funds to the Community Foundation for all the reasons that you've suggested. That's not our charter.
No, and that isn't what I said. And I'll go back to the question I asked, and I'll ask you as well as Miriam. Name another organization that at 3 months after their incorporation got $475,000.
Yeah, let me help you with that.
Name mine.
Well,
One I work at now.
What?
Harvard, my organization.
No, ARPA funds.
ARPA funds.
This.
I just don't think it's as uncommon as you think.
So I do think.
Can I ask you a question, Mike? I mean, it sounds like what you're saying is that this $475,000 is going to be banked and
That's
drawn
correct.
on.
Yeah, we're not writing a check. Yeah, we're not writing a check. We're not writing a check to anybody, really. John, I'll give you an example of an organization that was incorporated. Actually, I don't even know if it was when it was incorporated, but the Brookline Food Pantry, in the first discussions that the food pantry had for receiving town funds, and this is before there were Arpa funds, I think there was a $300,000 contribution to the food pantry or something on that order before Arpa out of the original COVID relief funds. And they didn't have the infrastructure in place, I think it's fair to say, to give us the reporting that the town felt it needed. And so we recognized that they had to put that in place. And the money was provided contingent on their putting the capability into their organization. An organization has to start somewhere, and certainly you don't write them a almost $500,000 check. You say, here's the money that is available to you as you go forward. And now show us that you're meeting our expectations.
Since you mentioned the Brookline Food Pantry.
Yep.
About which I totally agree with you. You know, one of those organizations that is doing good and visible work. And if you don't believe me, drive past United Parish. I think it's a Wednesday or a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, no quarrel there.
All right, that's food. That's food for people who need food. And their request was cut by $100,000, and they've been around delivering food to people.
I'm not talking about the Arpa funds that were given to them. I'm talking about the town funds that
well,
were given to them.
But we're and then I don't see your point, I guess.
Well, the town funds were given before this Arpa grant that you're talking about.
Yeah, but now
But the ARPA grant was cut. That's what he's.
Yeah.
now,
Oh, well, yeah, it was. That's true. It was. cut.
yeah. So
it's a judgment, you know, that you and Miriam were the co-chairs of the committee at that time. You made the same judgments as you know, you made a set of judgments that was appropriate. That was fine.
Miriam.
I mean, I'm going to keep coming back to this, which is we didn't make the decision in a vacuum. We made the decision as a 5-person committee with the input of Chaz, with the input of Joe, with frankly, the input of Melissa and Tyler. We had lots of deliberations. You heard from Brian Kane, frankly, you had a lot of the same reservations that you did. And we did this over months and months. So I'm going to stay true to the fidelity of the committee's recommendations because it isn't my singular recommendation, because I really believe in the process. And I don't know what else to say to that.
Yeah.
We had a process.
Right. And the process includes coming to this board.
It does, but I don't, again, I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah.
I don't understand why
Yeah.
this one grant is somehow scrutinized in another way. And you can say it's because they used to do political advocacy. Well, Joe has told us we can't actually say that. So
And
Yeah, so-
they've been in existence for 3 months.
so did the wings over whatever that one, where is it? I mean, you know, some of these are new.
But they're not asking for $475,000.
yeah, I would point out her Wings First is getting
And again,
$53,000. Her Wings First.
other grants, the contingencies are built into the grant. And if they don't meet the contingencies, then the money comes back and we reallocate it.
Her Wings First is getting $53,600.
You asked for it. I'm telling you, there's a brand new one.
I know, keep.
The money. I mean, stop moving the goalpost, please.
And I didn't hear anybody ask them at the final meeting last Friday, you know, oh, we got another 65,000. Would you like to have it?
We fully funded them. We fully funded pretty much all of them except the Brookline Community Foundation, which I would like to point out still got the largest chunk of money.
Well, I would say that Her Wings First made an appropriate ask for an organization of its.
They want to do something very different. Those are apples and orange comparisons. You asked if we're funding an organization that had been incorporated for a short period of time. I'm giving you an example of that. Again, it's like you just keep.
No, I asked an organization that got $475,000.
I think we're probably very much
Going around in a circle.
We're going in circles. And I think the key question, Bernard, this is a question for you, really. Do you want to think about this a bit? Because you're really the swing vote in this case. We're not going to get anywhere 2-2, taking a 2-2 vote endlessly. We have to finish this.
Can we separate the this project out?
That would be my suggestion.
I was going to make a suggestion. Oh, well,
Okay.
I guess we're all going to make that.
That's an interesting suggestion.
Chaz, excuse me, I didn't realize you were still there, and I was going to ask you a question. So if we were to not vote this money tonight, although I do think we have concurrence on $50,000 for bridge, if we were to not vote this.
Now, well,
amendment-
you really are changing the goalposts here. Wait a minute.
Well, all right, if you don't want them to get the 50 right away, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, so forget what I just said about,
Oh, no,
about concurrence on
you could,
50,000. But what happens if we take no action on this? And I'm sorry to have to point this out, but I think it's important that we recognize it. A few weeks from now, we will again be a 5-person board, and we
Yeah.
won't be in the situation of a 2-2 stalemate. And I feel quite certain that 5-person board will be more likely to be able to resolve this than the current 4-person board. I think we've got that kind of time, don't we? Even if it means it goes into the
Yeah.
so-called third
Yeah.
round.
Yeah, if we could separate out bridge from the rest, because I'd like to at least get the rest of the applicants.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Yeah.
that makes sense. I don't want to hold up the others, and I do think wait, let's see what the chair, whether one or the other of us has been sufficiently persuasive of.
Well, or
attract the other vote.
or that we come up with a structure for the grant.
Yeah.
That is agreeable to all of us.
That would
And-
that
and
would
I
be
don't know
very
what that
sensible.
is, but I think, we can
Yeah.
sort of come up with something.
All right.
I mean, it would involve a compromise probably on both sides.
Could Chaz comment on the timetable for all of this?
yeah, we can do this. It's not ideal. The longer we wait, the harder it is to get the money out by the end of the year. Or, to build those important contingencies in by the end of the calendar year. But a couple of weeks is not necessarily a deal breaker. I do think it is important, though, for the other organizations that you vote the money through.
Oh, I agree with that.
So whether the other thing is you could theoretically vote the 50,000 through tonight, yes, but then I think you've still got that kind of hanging question mark out there for the organization. Do they try and figure out a $50,000 model and kind of wait and see, or do they wait for the remainder of the money? Because I imagine their answer would change if you said you're getting X amount versus you're getting $50,000. So I recommend, I recommend if you can't come to a consensus on this, holding just that portion, that you're the amount that they've requested, which is 475, until such time as you think you can reach a consensus.
Okay, I move that we approve the slate minus the bridge application or amount. Any problems with that?
No, but
Minus the 475.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Minus the 475.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I said was that I move that we approve the slate of the Arpa projects minus the 475 for bridge, and that between now and hopefully next week, we can come to some consensus on how to address the $475,000 that is going to bridge. Is that clear?
Yeah,
or is that
well, the
is
final
you
part of what
agree
you
with that?
said. I wouldn't say that the 475 that is going to bridge.
Yeah, okay. The 475
that we have not yet approved
represented by-
for any applicant.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think about that, Mike? Okay. Mike likes it.
Mike.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
We always.
So
all
Mikey
put
likes
into
it as
this.
the old cereal ad, you remember?
Right, I remember that.
He likes it.
Okay, so with that motion, I call for a vote on favor. John,
Aye.
Miriam,
No.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So I think we need to, and maybe Chad will help us, figure out what are the parameters or what are the things that we need to set up as either conditions or terms of this grant or this amount of money.
And I just want to be clear on this, right? Those conditions are not going to be structurally different than the conditions we're placing on other young entities, right? Other organizations that have been in existence for less than 3 years. But that's the overall category of those. but they will be about the milestones and they will be about the guardrails of the specific project.
Right.
So we're not treating any organization differently. What you're telling me is you want more time to understand what the specifics of the guardrails for this particular project are going to look like. So
I'm more concerned of making sure that the conditions relate to the particular circumstances or particular facts of bridge and what they're planning. So I'd like to get, and I hope that Raul can send it to us, as detailed a description of what you're planning as reasonable. Secondly, I think the conditions also relate to the issue of how much is going to be seed money, if we're going to have seed money, and how much will be dealt with otherwise.
Okay.
So, okay. We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about
We're
it.
gonna
We'll-
make it easy, okay?
We'll
It
put
sounds very
this.
complicated, but we'll come up with.
Devin, I'm moving to my phone and putting,
Okay, we'll meet you on the screen.
you will meet me on the screen.
Mhm.
To try
Or- or
I'm gonna
see you
try
on
to
screen.
continue on my
Okay.
car.
Okay, so we've had the vote on that. Any further discussion on the ARPA matter?
Nope.
Okay. You want us to wait for you to get in your car?
Is there, I mean,
Next is a public hearing on warrant article
they've been patiently waiting, but
13, is it?
I would like to hear the whole thing if I can. It will take me about 4 minutes to get to my car.
Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
okay.
Did you actually vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Agreed one,
yes. Thank you for asking.
All right. Yeah. I- Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna join when I get in my car then.
Okay.
Just keep your eye out.
I'm gonna go have some more of my dinner. But I won't take more than 5 minutes.
I am going to show him something really interesting.
for warrant article, is it 13? Yeah, it's 13, right?
19.
Oh, 19. Okay, thank you. Question of approving no, that's not it. Let me get my computer straightened out.
So we have two petitioners here to
Mhm.
present.
Right. Okay. So this is warrant article 19 to amend the general bylaw to create a black and brown commission. Do the petitioners want to make their presentation?
Real quick before we start, Devin, can you promote Rebecca, Natasha, Ty, Sam, Tamu, and everybody else that's from the Black and Brown community?
Okay.
Yes.
Is everyone going to speak?
Well, I'll just
And you're
remind,
not-
yes, I'm promoting them now. I'll just remind the petitioners that you have 7 minutes for your presentation. If those folks want to make public comments, I can take them at the conclusion of your 7-minute presentation. I'll just need a list in the Q&A.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Sana will go first, and I'll close up last. But we just have to give everybody chances. With a petitioner, but it's a collective effort as a community. So we would love to give them a chance to speak as well.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Sana, you go.
All righty. The obvious question here today is, why do we need this? And are there any other avenues to achieve this goal? Why do we want to achieve this way? I assure you, all of these will be answered. My dad always told me growing up, what you practice in private comes out in public. What does that mean for the public image of Brookline? What does this town think outside of public record, behind closed doors, at the dinner table? A beacon of progressive values, supposedly values like anti-racism, racial and economic equity, acceptance and inclusion? Psh. If that were the case, why are Black residents more than double represented proportionally in Brookline poverty rates? Why have the Black and brown populations not have the social mobility any other demographics enjoy? If this town's officials and representatives have been doing everything they can and should be doing, this would imply that Black and brown people are poor because we deserve to be. That despite all the initiatives and efforts, we aren't capable. This narrative is a tale as old as time, and it stops here. You are not going to paint this narrative and brainwash our children any further. Some of you may call us intense or even aggressive. My question is, are you not intense about the things you believe in? Do you not intensely believe in equality for all? That all men are created equal? Are you someone that has said, if I was alive during slavery or the Holocaust or colonialism, etc., this is what I would have done? What you're doing right now is what you would have done then. Some people might pat themselves on the back for not being the bad guy, but the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. I ask you, have you sat idly by? Did you prioritize not shaking the boat just to secure your own status? Did you watch as others continue to invent new ways to rape and pillage Black and brown populations? Did you do the thing you knew what in your soul was right? If not, why? That is the difference in intensity and character of a person, point blank, period. If your status comes at the expense and exploitation of others, then it won't be yours for long. I believe in hard work. I believe in parents doing everything they can to set up their children for success without trampling on others. Perhaps some think that we are anti-non-Black and brown. That couldn't be farther from the truth. I've met great people committed to equality all over the world, including Brookline. And the common thread they seem to understand is the vast majority of people are one paycheck, one medical emergency, one generation away from being the very person they avoid eye contact with panhandling on the street. The only way we'll get freedom for ourselves is to identify ourselves with every oppressed people in the world. We are blood. If you tremble with every indignation at every injustice, then you are a comrade of mine. We all know the history, from genocide of indigenous peoples, slavery, colonialism, Jim Crow, cultural appropriation, police brutality, so on and so forth. That should be enough to justify the need for the creation of this Black and Brown Commission. But let's just talk about recently. Brookline has not been complying with state and federal regulations in regard to affordable housing for years. Various entities have been advocating for this with no avail. Only now that the town is going to be monetarily penalized are they rushing to create affordable housing. This is the Harvard Street Project. If affordable housing was a priority, why have the representatives in recent, past, present waited till now? You don't get to blackball marginalized folks from getting marijuana licenses, and then only when a penalty of a fine is present, make an effort, if you even call it that, to fulfill an equitable license requirement. You don't get to be forced into doing below the bare minimum and then ask for praise. You don't get to use that to bolster your claims of a fair and equitable Brookline. You waited. You waited because you don't think that low-income Black and Brown people deserve the same intensity and focus that you give projects that benefit your community. Delay is a tactic as well, and one that is often overlooked. You don't care for this town. You care to ensure that you remain in control. Even today, we have demonstrated in detail the way the Arpa committee itself has misappropriated funds. I recommend that those that are unfamiliar watch the video from today's 5 p.m. select board meeting on the Brookline Interactive Group YouTube channel. This committee refused to meet with a Black and Brown organization while meeting others and making backdoor deals. You disrespectfully question the qualifications of those that have achieved more than you could ever attempt to, even if you spent the rest of your lives combined in the aviation industry. You took away funding for affordable housing. You took the Google training program that would have given the most disenfranchised job skills so they might not be the poorest people in town. You want to sit here and act like this was about effectiveness when the Brookline food pantry that is serving Bostonians regularly but can't manage to figure out how to reach Black and Brown people a few miles down the road got funding twice? I don't care about these manufactured accomplishments. I don't care about how much you read or what you publish or how many kids you adopt. You are not Black and Brown and you know nothing about our experience. Those that do don't constantly try to prove it. They do the work, they make it happen. And they don't scoff and puff up their chest when the community calls them out. They listen, reflect, and change. All these talks about personal attacks and feelings. You don't think disenfranchising a population is personal? I would recalibrate that meter if I were you. You can play scared, you can play damsel in distress. But to be honest, Miriam, you're not that girl. You and the likes of you have been doing more than threatening Black and Brown people for longer than I've been alive. And now you want us to be quiet. I'll quote V for Vendetta. Our masters have not heard the people's voice for generations, and it is much, much louder than they care to remember. It's always funny how the villains never seem to think they're the villains, but you always know watching the movie who the bad guy is. Still, I think I should openly acknowledge that not everyone is like the members of this committee. Some have been less aware of our plight and those causing it because they're shielded. Now you know. The first duty of a man is to think for himself. So what do you think? What will you do? To even suggest that other means can be used to solve issues of Black and Brown representation and advocacy is pure racism. The Women's Commission has existed for decades. People have a right to representation. People have a right to speak for themselves. That goes for Black and Brown people as well. Would you trust those that have intentionally or accidentally failed your community year after year while saying they're trying their best? That this is really hard? Being a Black and Brown person is hard. Don't you dare tell the low-income Black and Brown residents of this town how hard anything is. Somehow everything is difficult but possible when it comes to other communities. When one is accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. If you believe all people are equal, if you do the right thing when the decision lands in your lap, if you believe that all of our children should have a fair shot at the future and that hard work should be the determining factor, then you should stand with us for the creation of the Black and Brown Commission. We are not going to fight racism with racism. We'll fight it with solidarity. Thank you, and please support Warrant Article 19.
And just to do a quick follow-up, I'm not going to spend my time explaining why. I think Lewis did a very good job on that. But just want to put some things for the record. Hey, Mikey, the number of Black people you're going to speak today has been more than the low income you ever met in your life, because I know where you live, in Brookline, just like you know where we at. But I guess you're the experts in terms of decision, and you think you know a little bit of everything. We know our people as well. You, Arthur, and the rest of those that portray themselves as Black and Brown narrative, you don't know 70% of our population. I do. I know more Black and Brown people than all of you combined, but yet I hear a lot of experience of what we think is better than Black people and the Black and Brown people should do. It's okay. You guys could go around and continue the marginalization of our community, vote, or don't vote, give excuses, and come up with. It's very, very amazing how John mentioned organizations that have been around for a short time. And when it was Black and Brown Club, the organization formed by most, man, I'm trying to contain what I feel right now. Because just watching you guys talk, the level of ignorance portrayed as being smart is baffling. That's from the outside looking in. So we're giving 400,000 to an organization that Miriam supports, that been around with no track history, but Black and Brown is giving over 100 families directly funds. Some of you guys have the pictures and videos for the record. No other organization have done that for our people. What are you guys talking about records and being effective? What Black and Brown people do you know that the programs you guys do are effective? Where are the records? You just talk because it sounds nice for the public. Data is a beautiful thing, and we're all about facts. This Arpa, you guys misappropriated funds. Funds for pandemic, you guys are spending for, I don't know what pandemic has to do with HVAC systems or broken down buildings in Egmont that have been dilapidated for the last 5 years and residents have been living with molds, but yet you guys give 6 million. What does the pandemic has to do with that? We could all fill our reporting requirement, but in terms of what Black and Brown people feel, majority of us, you guys get an F. You don't get to tell the story in public and say it's nice. You failed us for generations and still failing, even when it comes to once in a lifetime opportunity. Because you, Mike, has been around for a while. You know a little bit of everything. A wise man once told me, the day you die is the day you stop learning. But I guess you know it all.
You've reached 10 minutes.
Thank you. I have nothing to say. I let my people speak, but I don't need to justify why we need Black and Brown Commission when you clearly the data of where Black and Brown people stand in Brookline. And I have to justify that to white folks too. What a joke.
Do you want to open the public hearing?
Yeah, let's open the public hearing. We have someone at the podium.
You can introduce yourself and get
Hi.
started.
Okay. My name's Amaniona Bossman. I am the general contractor and CEO, president of Bossman Construction Management. I am in full support of Black and Brown doing the work here that they've been doing for the community, specifically for the non-white population, what we call the underserved or disinvested communities, the African-American, Black and Brown immigrant communities that are here. I am asking for your board to support the partnership that we've already started between Bossman Construction Management and Black and Brown Club to build affordable housing in this community and your community. The quality of life is everyone's responsibility. It's a benefit for all. And from my understanding and from my research, they have already started doing this work here. They have already shown how they extend themselves to the community, how they care about the community, and I don't see any other organizations doing that. So I want to let you know that I am here to be in full support and ask for you also to be in full support. Today, I was just at the funeral of Melvin King, if you're all familiar, of a legendary man, my great uncle, who worked hard in the city of Boston to do the work that this organization is doing, which is bringing equity, bringing care. The question he always says is, love is the question and love is the answer. So Sana mentioned earlier, it's about what's in your spirit. This man had multiple contributions happening today at his funeral. It was an all-day affair, but it was only because of the work that he put in, the legacy of doing the right thing. So as you all know, we all transition. We're not going to be here forever, but it's about what is your contribution. You are all in a position to bring fairness. The government is looking towards the municipalities to bring fairness and to delineate different organizations that are already doing the work and support them to do that work for the people who are not getting the support. So again, I am here asking for you to support the organization that's already doing the work for the community. Thank you. I'm Inyona Bossman with Bossman Construction Management.
At this time, there are 9 19 virtual attendees and 1 in person. If folks are interested in making a public comment, they can use the hand raise feature.
Whoops. I don't see I don't see it, but can I speak?
Yep, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, this is Ty Payne, one of the directors, members of the Brookline community. Everything everybody said was well on point, so I don't even feel I need to get into any of that. I'm just gonna get on the side of it for what we see as people trying to get into better circumstances for our lives. Now, as you all know, they shut down that aviation program, and that's just been like the topic. And I don't know, it's just true, you know, by you guys sitting up there having the power to directly affect and change people's lives who historically people, maybe not in your bloodline, but you know, if your demographic have altered for us to suffer and live in, you guys have the power to make that change, and honestly just don't want to do it. And we all know what it is from a basic level. It's just, we all know that Brookline doesn't want to level the playing fields. Like, look how much we've came through rape, pillage, going around conquering lands. Like this, the reason why there's Brookline and then there's a bad part called Dorchester or some, is because of the atrocities that were done back in the days. So it's like you guys are in these powers of position and you're supposed to be trying to make it right. The only reason why Brookline is this little silver spoons town is, once again, people went around the world pillaging and raping, and stealing resources. So in all actuality, you're a bunch of thieves. And you guys feel good not making any change and continuing to engineer a whole nother group of people's failure. So we're just only good to be playing basketball, maybe a couple of doctors. It's like whatever we can be a welcome mat for you guys to wipe your feet on is just good enough to that. I see Black mothers pushing little white kids up Harvard Street like they can be the babysitters and all that, but we can't get anything that can directly affect Dorchester to turn into a Brookline. We know you don't want that. So it's like, we rather you just say that. Like, what's all the meetings for up here, the big words, acting like you want change. You never want a leveled playing field because of your own insecurities. Like the brother said, we don't have this problem. Like, we wake up every day trying to thrive, although our people have been raped once again.
You have 30
pillaged once
seconds.
again. All right. So for 30 seconds, rape, pillage. Let me know when it's over. Raped, you pillaged, you raped, you pillaged, you raped, you pillaged, you raped, you stole, you raped again, you stole, you saved all the money, you stole again, you raped again, you stole again, and that became Brookline.
You reached 3 minutes.
All right, no doubt. One love to the rapists.
The next person signed up for public comment is Samuel Pierce.
Sad.
Samuel, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, how you doing? I don't think that it's really necessary to share my screen as far as the budget, because obviously, given that this is the select board, you all are very well aware of fiscal 23's budget overview. But for those who don't know, we're talking about spending over $383 million in Brookline, which is increased by 4.3%. We're talking about a town that brings in over $272 million, at least in 2022, which went up in 2023 to $281 million. We're talking about a town that had expenditures of $366 million in 2022, which went up to $382 million. And the majority of the revenue comes from property taxes, which automatically tells you that if you don't have $500,000 to $1 million then you don't get to guarantee that your family lives in Brookline. Right now, what we're talking about is a commission run by the Black and Brown people of Brookline to ensure that we don't keep having a circular discussion. When we look at the pie chart and we see how much we get and we see how much the rest of everyone else gets, we don't want to keep watching a Looney Tunes cartoon, watching Bugs Bunny giving Daffy Duck money. That is the reason why we have math in Brookline, so we understand how to count. We don't want to have to watch the Ray Charles movie when we see that people are not giving us the proper amount, because we're not blind and we can see. And so now, as we're talking about actually allocating revenue that would help the people in Brookline, we want to make sure that it's going to organizations with a proven track record. And so I think about Step for Success, for example, which claims to do all these wonderful things for people of color. But the problem is they haven't been able to show any results as far as actual students that they are helping that have now succeeded and are able to purchase their own properties.
You have
And
30
we already
seconds.
know that people with vocational training and or a college education make $1 million more over 30 years than people that do not have an education. And so I ask that you please support this warrant Article 19 and pass the Black and Brown Commission. Thank you very much.
If anyone else would like to make a public comment, please use the Q&A or hand raise feature.
Okay, let's close the public hearing and have discussion among select board. Any comments from select board members? Mike?
Well, we
Any
have,
comment?
we have a Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, and what occurs to me is that commission is supposed to serve a range of people who are disadvantaged in one way or another, in particular under state law, and I don't see the point of having a separate group dealing with just one segment of that population. I don't know whether, having heard the comments of the petitioners, I would say they were not calibrated particularly to get a favorable vote from me, at least. But I would like to ask the question, just the same.
Ask.
I'd like to ask one of the petitioners to comment on that.
Comment on
On
your
on what
statement that they-
on this space versus what the ICR is supposed to be doing,
got it.
or what CDICR is still supposed to do.
Does anyone want to respond to that
Sure,
question?
absolutely. So again, let me just clarify. Mike, are you suggesting that you can't potentially see any foreseeable reason that Black and Brown people, as the most disenfranchised people in this town, would need a separate entity to represent them, seeing as how we've explained at length how we've been left behind and failed? I just want to clarify that's the question you're asking.
Well, that's if you look at what the Commission on Disability, DICR, is supposed to be doing, it's supposed to be looking at all populations, but certainly the most disadvantaged population is where they should be spending the most of their attention, one would think. But my question is, what do you think is their role in the concerns that you raise about the community that you feel you represent?
So Michael, if I may, you, I think, hit the nail on the head. You said you think that the other commission is going to be doing this work.
Mhm.
But the people in the community are saying they haven't been. And if you need any evidence to realize why this commission is so significant, all you need to do is take a trip to Coolidge Corner and go to the Ridley School and take a gaze and a ponder and realize that that little house that looks so nice that's been painted yellow was a slave house. And we are the only community that has a slave house here in Brookline, and also 2 places and 2 stops on the Underground Railroad where people literally had to stand armed with shotguns and any other number of weapons to make sure that people were able to get their freedom. I don't think anybody else is going to be able to logically argue against that, especially now that we are literally at war in Ukraine, trying to help these people get their freedom from an oppressive force. So I think that in Brookline, out of all the places we could be asking this question, you could also look to the story of Exodus, where so many of our Jewish brothers and sisters know about what slavery meant, why Moses had to free his people, and what the Black and Brown community is asking you all to do, to literally just have a lens, an equitable vision into Brookline's code of conduct to see if you are, in fact, taking into account the very things that the departments are supposed to be doing, like you said, by state law. And luckily now we do have a new attorney general. Now we do have all these new department heads and new government officials to take fresh eyes on some of the discrepancies that have been mentioned as why this commission would be necessary. And so hopefully that answers your question, Mr. Samuel.
Okay, Miriam, do you have any questions? No?
Bernard, can I quickly?
Yeah, Chaz.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead,
So,
Brittany.
yeah, I'm just, as one expected when I've walked into the house, I'm doing many things at once while listening. But actually my question is for Joe, and I'm just curious as to the legality. So if Joe could, I don't even know if he's there, but
Yep,
I'd
he
love
is.
to hear perspective on that. Thank you.
So
It's a lot to sort of wade through, but
correct.
give a rough, answer.
So Joe Callanan, Town Council. So since this is a public hearing about the warrant article for creating of the Black and Brown Commission, I'm going to focus on that. And we're looking at warrant articles to make sure they're consistent with state law. We take no position on the merits, whether they should be passed or not. It's really just, is this something legally the town can do? We have 2 concerns with the warrant article as drafted. One is that it creates an election procedure that's different and not permitted by state law. So most commissions, local commissions, are filled by appointment through the select board. So that's how most bodies are filled, appointed commissions at least. This one has a procedure where the members are elected, but elections are regulated by state law, not in the way that this commission, this warrant article drafts the election procedures for this commission. So we have a concern about the election procedures. Now the larger issue of membership in the committee. So the problem here is that the commission requires, as opposed to some less restrictive language, members of the commission be part of the Black and Brown community. To do that, we need to study to determine the impact on that community and whether we can show in history that they've been disadvantaged. We probably can, but we have to go through that process. We can't just assume that. This is what we're doing with promoting more minorities and women-owned businesses in state contracting. That's under existing state law we have to do before there's a preference in anything involving the government for people based on race. The problem is, if you want to go through that exercise, it's going to take several months. And I can assure you, at the end of June, given cases before the Supreme Court, dealing with Harvard admissions and the North Carolina State University admissions, that law is going to change. We don't know how much it's going to change, but in those cases that were argued before the United States Supreme Court, the court was very critical of those universities allowing preferences in admissions based on race. So what we have today for existing law is hard to comply with without that study. But what's going to happen in the next 3 months, in the end of June, we're expecting a decision from the Supreme Court, will throw out that existing law regarding preferences based on race and create a system that we just don't even know what it will look like.
Thank
Can I
you.
respond? Can I respond to the town council, please?
Yes, go ahead.
We had a meeting with John from your office.
Correct.
And we've discussed there is no election. We had a discussion about nominations rather than election. He explained the scope and how complicated that is. So can we stop using the election? Now that you, just for the record, we're updating the warrant article, but there's no way it is written that we mentioned the race that has to be on the commission. It's more about the selection process based on race. So my question for you as town council is it illegal as a protected class for us to choose who's going to represent us on issues that matters in Black and brown in terms of race?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question. Could that question be repeated? I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, I can. Is
Sure.
it legal or illegal for us as Black people based on protected status to be able to nominate those that represent us on issues that concern our race?
The question is, you're asking
I get
that.
it. So this goes to the election issue, and there would be, say for example, in state law, how that's done is a group will choose a list of people. The commission is about business, so the the Massachusetts Restaurant Association will give the governor a list of people that they want, and then the governor picks that list, someone from that list. You could do something like that. However, the way you've structured it, and I know you're talking to John, and I know you're working on this issue, but right now all I've seen is the original warrant article. I haven't seen amendments.
I will drop a link to the amended one in the chat.
I'm sorry?
I will drop a highlighted amended version in the chat.
Okay. Does John have that?
Yes, it was presented at the last meeting.
Last night at advisory?
No, prior to that.
No.
Do you mind just sending a copy to me so I can circulate it?
Sure.
Thank you.
By the way, I have another question, and that is, there's no explanation for your warrant article that I've been able to find. So all we have is the statements made by you at this hearing, which weren't really persuasive. They're mainly rape, pillage, rape, pillage, rape, pillage. So I guess, I tell you, it doesn't persuade me, but I think you at least need to provide an explanation so we have a general understanding of where you want to take this warrant article and the concrete reasons for its submission. So.
Oh, yes, that was me that said Todd Payne that brought up the rape and pillage, because I just like to highlight and bring up and remind everybody the reason why Brookline is the town it is because of all that human atrocity and the money that they've gathered so that they can have this little incubator. But more of the reason why we need a commission, Bernard, is so if we can have a chance to, you might have good intentions, but we will never know because we don't know you, and nor does any other people in any part of Brookline outside of that town hall. No one knows you. No one. No youth. And it just doesn't feel right that there's people up there that that are supposed to be acting as older figures, you know, taking the youngsters under their wing. I was there at the presentation. I didn't see you crack a smile for not one of them young brothers that were flying them planes. So it's just like, we're just trying to see if there's a possible way that we can all as a town come together and like appoint the people and have a due process, whether however you guys want to, but could we have a chance to get some real people in there? Because I promise in Egmont, High Street, Veterans Building, I'm not even gonna bring Boston up because I know you've never lived in Boston, but just this small town,
I have.
I promise no one knows Bernard Green. I promise no one knows Deborah Brown. I'm talking about under 40 years old and under. No one knows you. So it's not fair that you're up there making these decisions for the people that you don't have any type of connection with at all. And that's a serious problem for us because we have nobody to back us
All
up.
I ask of you is to prepare an explanation for your warrant article. I think that's the minimum that is required.
All
for
right,
us to
and
go
all I ask
forward.
of you is to prepare to help fight for the people that have the same color of your skin for once, so that we all may have a beautiful life in Brookline and all live happily and harmoniously together. Unless you guys don't want that.
Okay.
Like, do you guys want that?
May I ask a quick question? And I hope this will.
No one knows Bernard Green underneath 50.
Ty, I'm really sorry to interrupt. May I? It's Chaz. May I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just to the petitioners, Sana and Ade, have you considered, given the conversations that you've been having and the situations that you've been in, incorporating as a 501c4 as an organization that has the authority to promote political activity, but also promote educational activity and seek grants from state and local government? It's a way in which you can bypass political situations that you don't want to be a part of, while still maintaining your political activity. And I'm just curious whether you've thought about that as a potential option in thinking about how to effectuate what you want to get done here.
Thank you, Chaz, for the question. Yes, we have. For the record, Black and Brown Club has nothing to do with this. We're speaking in the capacity as residents, Black and Brown residents. Like as you mentioned earlier, we are very well aware of the stipulation by the federal government. We can muddy ourselves from a 501c3 as a 501c3 organization in that process. But what we are trying to do here before going to 501c4 is this is exactly what the town is supposed to be doing for its people. If we are getting grants, the commission can do the same thing. Other commissions can receive grants on behalf of the town, and with the requirement and reporting requirement, keep the town abreast. So if we have to go around that, that only proves the point of what we are trying to say. The racism and the fact that we have been hindered. 3%, Chaz, before you got here, I mentioned earlier, for over 3 decades. By the time my wife was born, the Black population was under 3%. In 2023, I moved here as well as others. We are still 3%. Why do you think that is? It's because it baffles me. I need this select board and this, the powers that be telling us what the Office of Diversity does. They should answer that question. How come Black and Brown population has never grown? How come our poverty rate has doubled over time? How come that the fact that more Black and Brown people have spoken and have showed up in that town or ever in the history from low-income community for Arpa, but yet the likes of Mike and Miriam blow us aside and say, we thought about this decision and considered everybody carefully. Did they really consider the mothers and fathers? I'm a father myself. Or the numbers of Black people that they have never met prior to meeting people from the Black and Brown community. You don't sweep that under the rug because we are discussing in public. Michael met over 40 of us in October. Ask him, has he ever been in a room with 40 Black and Brown people prior to us? Because we are from the community. So these records about low-income jobs, Black and Brown residents lost their job from the pandemic, majority of them. Jobs, Chaz, Not one job skill program from that 43 million we are spending, it's going towards Black and brown people. Not one for affordable housing. You could get Michael put in his contingency and, oh, anybody can come in for affordable childcare. Like we have to beg and come and wave of, oh, look at us, we really need this. The same thing every other demographic has gotten as a privilege, as a right. The Asian community has grown. Over 80% of the minority businesses in Brookline are not Black and brown owned. And we are not in that BIPOC community, you know, we are the minority within the minority. While we watch other tribe. And watching the likes of Miriam and them get on the diversity commission and create this narrative that they represent the likes of me and my child and my neighbors, no,
Okay,
they don't.
please sum up.
That's
Thank
got
you.
to stop.
Thank you.
I mean, look,
Thank you.
I'll say this
Okay.
and then I want to move on. Yeah, but
Pardon?
I just I want to say this and move on. I think it's important if you're going to consider the aims of what you're trying to do here to start thinking about these alternatives. If you want to go to this 501c4 model, that's an effective means of accomplishing the aims that you want to accomplish. So if that's what you want to do, what you want to do is create a political entity that can receive funding from the town if the town grants it, but also is independent from the town and elects its own representatives or appoints its own representatives, that's a model that you could potentially use if the town says, you know what, I don't think it's that, or I don't think it's this. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I appreciate
Okay,
you.
wait,
for
hold
your
on,
help.
hold on. No, we're going to stop this discussion. I suggest that you prepare an explanation. And secondly, reconfigure how you address the board. You're not being persuasive when you're attacking us, rape, pillage, and attacking Mike and Miriam for things that make
Our
no
job
sense.
is not to make sure
So-
that the board is not.
Well, your
offended.
job, if you're going to talk to us, is to try to convince us. And if you don't want to do that, then withdraw your warrant article.
I would love
So
a
let's-
recorded record of this call. I'd really
Pardon me?
appreciate that, Devin.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, what did you?
I'm just sending them the recording.
Okay, good. Let's move on to, wait, anything else? Ernest? Okay.
Absolutely.
So
Close the hearing.
what's our disposition of this?
Well, we will discuss it probably next week and decide on whether to vote no action or favorable action or whatever.
Yeah.
Probably the following week.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Next, warrant articles, discussion and possible vote on the following warrant articles. Article 11, we talked about that. However, as I understand, we have not gotten, or CTLNS has not gotten back to us with respect to their proposals to amend their report. Is that correct, Devin?
I heard from Dick Banka today, who said that he wasn't aware of a more recent version.
Okay, I don't think we're ready to discuss this, so
Okay.
so
Yeah.
I'd put that off.
Yeah.
Next is warrant article 9, with respect to increasing the number of registered voters required for petitioned warrant articles. We had a hearty discussion of that a couple weeks ago. Are people ready to vote?
I am.
Okay,
I am.
Miriam, are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna move favorable action on warrant article 9. All in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
No.
Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Warrant article 10, amend general bylaws to define and require lead petitioners for warrant articles. We also had a hearty discussion of that a couple weeks ago. Any discussion needed? Are we ready to vote?
Ready.
This
Okay,
is 10, right? I'm sorry.
pardon me?
10.
10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's require lead petitioners for warrant articles.
Was that actually amended? There was some discussion about amending it from voter to some other language.
Oh, it's a good question. Is Melissa available?
Melissa's on vacation.
Oh, Good for her.
But we have not, I haven't received anything.
Okay, so the proposed, or they said that they would change what, citizen to
They would change voter to citizen, I think.
voter to citizen.
Resident?
Or-
I don't think.
Resident.
I believe it was resident.
Resident.
Yeah, we
Thank
don't
you.
use it.
Whatever it was.
Okay,
And that was, that's Neil Gordon, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
I can just reach out to him and ask for the updated.
Okay, is he in the,
He is not.
in the,
He's at the advisory committee.
oh,
of that.
advisory, that's right, okay. So why don't we put that off? I mean, that's fairly, quick discussion. Yeah. So warrant article 22, home rule petition regarding ranked choice voting. Oh, this will be easy. Okay, Scott Nanian is probably in the audience. Is he? He's not here?
No.
I guess we don't need
Hi.
further
I can
discussion.
represent the committee's views without
Yeah,
any difficulty,
okay.
so.
Do we need any
I
further
don't think we need
discussion?
to
or-
Go through it any further.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to be, just so you know, I haven't been inviting the petitioners back.
Yeah, I thought I saw Scott at, earlier, but maybe not. Okay, are we ready to vote on this?
I am.
Okay. Let's see, I move, if I move favorable action, I don't need to vote yes, do I?
No.
Okay, I move I'm not saying I won't, but I'm just saying. I move favorable action on ranked choice voting. John,
No.
Miriam,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes, aye.
and I'm gonna vote no because I just don't understand it. I think it's too confusing for a lot of people. So, so it doesn't get approval. That doesn't mean that it's what does that mean?
Well, it means
We
that
report that
that's-
we voted to too. on it,
Just
yeah.
report. the
Right,
vote.
you deadlock 2-2 on a vote of favorable action. If you want to take a vote of no action, and it will just be a vote of the select board didn't come to a consensus.
Okay, you want to take a vote on no action?
I'd much rather leave it as.
Yeah,
like-
you
okay,
can, you can just leave it that way. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, it's 10:40 or 10:22. So let's move
It'll-
on.
Let's move on.
Warrant Article 16, amend Article 10 of the town zoning bylaws to create a new zoning district to reduce the number of demolitions in Brookline. We got a lot of materials from the planning department responding to the questions that were raised by Bobby Allen and Jennifer DePazzo and others. Are people ready to vote on this one?
I am.
Okay, you ready, Miriam?
Yep.
Okay, I move favorable action on Article 16. All in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I guess I'll vote aye too. Okay. Boards and commission appointments. We have a candidate for the Small Business Development Committee, Chamber of Commerce, but do we have a name? I didn't
Yes.
see that in
Yep.
the,
Lisa Ledger is the new,
the new executive director. Okay. I move appointment of Lisa Ledger to the Small Business Development Committee as representative of the Chamber of Commerce. All in favor, John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and Mike,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. That looks like the end of my agenda, so let's make that the end of this meeting.
Good thing my battery's about to.
Thank you.
Mine is too.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Phew. It's been real.